All right. Hello. It's been a little bit, as in it's been a day. Um, I'm still in the process of announcing the streams, which I try and do every time I stream now to reach out to as many people as possible. Um, but I also don't have a huge following on Blue Sky, so I think it's time to really cringily just post on my Instagram with people that don't care about video games at all. But maybe it's nice for them to see what I've been up to. That's always the part of doing this that gives me pause or scares me is yeah, there's a bunch of people in my community that obviously like are interested in video games and things like that. But there's also like the wider world. They're just people like family and friends and stuff that actually don't care about that stuff. But I don't know. Maybe they're down to just know what I'm doing. So I wonder if I could post on Instagram. I need a photo. Where's a good photo? Let's do this one. Can I post? This is in my Google Photos. How do I get that? Here. Camera? No. You see all my photos? Just photos. I just need generic photos. Nondescript, not related to anything. I have no idea how Instagram works. I'm so bad at this. This is why I haven't blown up on Twitch yet. Select album photos. I guess let me just start from Google Photos and just share it from there, because it definitely exists here. Share on Instagram as a feed. Should it be a story or a feed? I feel like it's... Also, these photos are too high resolution, I'm pretty sure, for Instagram. Let me try this. Do I have a lower res version? That's good. Yeah. Yeah. And then I'll just put I'll just put the Twitch because it's an easier link to follow. Next caption. Let's workshop this together. I formed an indie game studio with a handful of artists and programmers. They're talented, so a handful of talented artists and programmers. And am streaming development in prep for GDC. Is that a hashtag on Instagram? GDC 2025. Boom, there is a hashtag. See, now I'm playing the now I'm playing the social media game. I've used a hashtag. Oh, that's all caps. That's not. Yeah, every weekday from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Swing on by. Oops. I can't type on my phone. Too much of a boomer. And say hi. It's easier to do this on my phone. I guess I could do this on the screen share, but it's literally easier to do this on my phone because that's just how Instagram works. I tried editing the links on my profile on Instagram just by logging in on like the website, and they're like, "Nope, you have to use your phone." I was like, "Why?" Like, not it's not any it's like more annoying to do that. So yeah, I just had to go through that, and it was kind of lame. Um should I move this? Okay, I think I'm good. I think I'm just gonna post that. I'm just gonna throw that out there, and I'm just gonna bother people I know in real life about what I'm doing. I guess it's on their feed. It's their fault for scrolling Instagram. If they didn't want to be annoyed by me, they shouldn't follow me on Instagram. Ah, okay. Oh, I actually did a little bit of like errands and chores of sorts, and I guess I was leaning over and like hunched over. I was washing something, and I was like kind of hunched over the sink. I guess I shouldn't. I don't need to be vague. I was washing a pair of climbing shoes. I don't know. I was washing something like I was washing a pair of climbing shoes because my like fitness activity, the thing that keeps me at all in shape, is rock climbing or bouldering. Um, and my feet stank, and therefore my shoes stank, and you have to kind of hand wash them to get rid of the foot stank. I know this is a great topic to talk about live on a stream about video game development. But this is related to game development because the reason I'm washing them is because I'm bringing them to GDC because me and a couple other game developers are bouldering buddies, at least in the scope of GDC. Um, so like I just got messaged by Kevin Regami from Power Up Audio, and he's like, "Hey, gonna catch you at GDC. Do you want to go climbing again? Because we went for the first time last year together." And that was when I just started. I think since GDC happens in March, I have been climbing. Oh, it's been the year mark since February of last year. So I've been climbing for a year. Um and it's a really fun activity. It's a great way to kind of stay in shape. It's a nice like social setting, I guess. Bouldering I find more social than say just like going to a gym, like a kind of more generic gym setting. I guess if you find the right people to like lift weights with, or partner up on like I don't know like treadmills or bikes, um, you could find someone that you know. But when you're bouldering, everybody's a friend. I'm pretty sure. I haven't had any sort of sour experiences, even just like having little chats with people. So yeah, that's like kind of my preferred activity to not be sitting in this chair and be completely sedentary and just like feel like a blob of slime. So yeah, washing the shoes, making them presentable so I don't go over to my friends at GDC and just stank them up with disgusting climbing shoes. And those need to dry for about a week, so it's actually kind of the perfect time because I'm air drying them. So yeah, and they're kind of a pain to wash because they're really dirty. I mean, yeah, I wasn't yeah. I don't think I need to go into any more detail. It's like it's washing shoes. Um, but yeah, that's gonna be super fun. Bouldering with Kevin. I mean, my girlfriend traveled with me to GDC last time, and unfortunately, she won't be able to this time because she actually has like an obligation that happens during the week, so she has to stay here in Southern California. Um, but yeah, it's always a ton of fun. It's always a ton of fun hanging out at GDC. I mean, it is like three parts work and one part fun. Um, well, I mean, no, I just kind of been thinking about this because the conference is all fun. All the work that you do at like these conferences in terms of going to like workshops or seminars or the talks, all those like presentations you see on like their official YouTube channel and stuff, including Kevin Regami's on sound design for Tunic. They're all super fun, and it's also the most fun I think I've ever had in a sort of like environment where I am like learning and growing. Um, so yeah, that's partly why I'm so determined to go, even though the cost is like pretty darn high, especially for indie developer. Is yeah, it's like it's just so much fun. And I at the same time, it is the fun that you have knowing that you're doing something good for yourself, growing in a community with people that are like super awesome and welcoming. I could keep on talking about the game development community, um, as a whole, about how wonderful the people are, um, despite all the terrible circumstances that the industry's going through with like a bunch of layoffs and things like that. At least on like the wider scale. But when you go to the micro scale and you're meeting individuals, um, I have yet to meet a single individual at GDC that doesn't care. Um, like both on like a they care about making really great games, and making great things for their audiences, but also they care about each other. They care about the community. They care about looking out for each other. Yeah, that I mean, I guess I never ran into like a huge, massive like C-suite executive. They might have a different perspective than me, of which then there'd be things that we agree and disagree on. But when you go to GDC, at least from what I'm doing, you're meeting people on the ground, and you're meeting them face to face, and you get to talk to them, and everybody's in the mood to share exactly how they feel. So yeah. Alrighty. So we have feedback for our game, and we have um, also taken the dip to officially merge. I'm pretty sure um, the update to Godot 4.4 is official, and that's going to be going into this GDC week. I mean, I guess if I was a oh, it's ad break time. I'll keep on rambling before I get any work done on screen. If I was a probably better director, and if I was managing a huge studio, I would probably make sure that there's a feature freeze on the project, in terms of getting to a state of demo, and then making sure that there's a lot of time for us to polish and clean up, before bringing this game to the public, saying like, hey, we're on Godot 4.3. We don't know what had happened on Godot 4.4. There might be some sort of regression or some sort of bug, some sort of issue, that we couldn't have foreseen. So we'll need to be, very cognizant of that, and maybe just hold off on the update, to see if it's even worthwhile for us. Um, that's something that you see very often with, just bigger games, with bigger teams, and sometimes the engine gets an update, and like you would like to see the game immediately updated to the latest and greatest thing, but sometimes it's not always like possible, or it's not always the smartest thing to do. Um, so that's always something to handle and take care of. So ad break ends in 10 seconds, so we're all good with the rambling there. So we're on Godot 4.4. I need to switch back to the development branch of this project. So I mean, I guess I could just do that on the screen share. Do I have any changes here? Oh, let me go to the directory for the game. I don't think, yeah. Oops, git switch to the development branch. And then I'm going to pull these changes. And that means that I probably need to restart Godot as well, so it doesn't fight. Maybe probably a bunch of load errors. Yeah, it's broken dependencies because I got rid of cell shading. But just to be safe, let me just reload the entire project, because sometimes, especially with like Git, especially during a merge, some stuff just ends up a little bit glitchy, but it's really fast to reload the project, so it's no big deal. So I gotta find all the places where the game is looking for cell shader .gd. Physics interpolation is disabled. I'm going to re-enable that, and that'll probably be a change I want to push. Is it's in physics here. I could probably refer this to my lead programmer to make sure, but I'm pretty sure that's something we both already talked about wanting to. And if it's really bad for performance, then I'll just turn it off. It's literally one checkbox. But I could go here. It probably updated the project.godot file. Yep. So let's commit that as enabled physics interpolation in the project settings. my programmer said they're available towards the end of this stream. They did also, I, had a meeting with my team. We meet every Monday and said, hey, like, I'm going to begin live streaming development. It's going to help us outreach to our audience to let people know what we're working on and to finally share it. Um, and like that would involve me being on stream. And if you're working with me, if you prefer not to be on stream, just let me know and we'll find a time that is outside of the streaming window. And that's mostly basically reserved for like the morning hours for me, which is the afternoon for them. So you know that's that's something to that's something that I had to keep in mind. Is like, hey, this is some people aren't comfortable having like a public presence. Um, you don't necessarily think about being on a live stream when you're signed up to work on a video game or something like that. So giving them the choice, and with my lead programmer, he said I'm totally fine with it, don't really care. And I was like, all right, that's your choice. So yeah, that's something that we might see today is being able to co-work live on stream. I always find the co-working sessions super fun, and that might be why I've pushed myself to live stream, is because I mean, y'all aren't hired people in chat, but it's nice to be able to just express an idea externally to hear it out loud. I mean, you hear the term, what was it, rubber duck programming, where programmers will keep something, whether it be like some sort of object or whatever, like on their desk. It could be a rubber duck, just something that they could talk to and express and work through ideas and problems out loud, as a tool to organize their thoughts, or as a tool to be able to work through a situation. Um, because programming a video game or whatever just involves retaining so much information in your head, whether that be like the way that the code is functioning, or like the logic of that code, or just like some weird bug is rearing its head. It really does help a lot of people to just work through the problem in a conversational mode. Um, I guess that's where people find the whole AI LLMs thing helpful, is not necessarily because the LLMs are good or bad or are giving them the right information. It's just a program that helps them basically rubber duck program. Except the rubber duck is like Claude or ChatGPT or something like that. I mean, that's frankly why I have Brave Search on, and Brave Search has like these little AI summaries. Sometimes it does like grab good answers, and the thing I like about the Brave AI search is that it kind of cites its sources, so you could go to the source to find out the full context. And pretty often for something like Godot, which is like a fairly young game engine in relation to like Unity or Unreal, um, you do have to dive a little bit deeper because the AI isn't super caught up on like providing the right context. Um, but it's nice that it kind of presents the idea, digests it a little bit, and it's like, here's where you could find the truth of the matter. Um, so yeah. Let's focus on art. Okay, so I had introduced a regression in the art. Gigi's face is missing. We know that from yesterday's stream. And that's just because the implementation of Gigi's face to begin with was pretty poor. That it just the I think it was really like cudgeled together. So that's something that my programmer actually brought up. Um, yeah, where is it? Merged in Tyler's branch to update to Godot 4.4. The only issue I'm noticing is the extruder lost its material. Not sure how to read it. That's interesting. Because I have the extruder material and I just merged. Did he merge it into development? I mean, that could kind of be why. I don't know if he merged on the development branch. Um, oh yeah, because I switched to the development branch and these assets didn't revert back to their older state. So yeah, that makes sense. Um, Not sure how to read it since a .glb file looks like Gigi's face might be missing in the demo scene. Forget if there was one there yet. Uh, I'll just reply really quick. Yeah, I broke GG's face. Um, its original implementation was a hack anyways, and GG will get another polish today with animations and stuff too. So today's a GG day. I mean, the model is still fine. I think this is the model that we're gonna go with. We just got to make sure that the face is implemented in the similar way as the character, and there was a regression here as well with the character's eyes. And I also need to fix the nose. So maybe today's just a character art day where I fix some of the weirdness. I might just have to remake the character's head. I did follow like a YouTube tutorial for that, so I'll probably have to be going through a YouTube tutorial. For the printer, is the area 3D here for the printer? Let's see, can I type in area 3D? There's interact area. Where's that? That's the players interact. There's GG's interact. Area to load second part of intro dialogue. That, I just need to move. That just needs to go over here. Basically. Because now we're going to ask the player to walk over to the controls. I'm also just right now going to stage GG a little bit better. If I kind of grab this from the top view here, just grab GG. I'll also move them by this table. The table's going to get a rework. None of this stuff has collision anyways, but the player is expected to kind of see GG on the other side of the table. This table be tall. I'm just going to move it into the floor. Let's do something like that. GG flies at around eye level. So I'm going to put this, yeah, and GG basically just is a floating torso. So this makes this table look very small, but from the camera perspective, it looks fine. Let me just move this up. Yeah, that looks fine. The doorway, I'm probably going to do a pass on these walls and then kind of break them up into bits. So my kind of a natural developmental workflow is like our artists will block out the entire scene and then I just kind of go over it bit by bit. There's a lot of things I'm going to have to do over the weekend that I'm probably not going to stream, honestly, just because I want some time to actually like work without having to talk out loud. But let's see. What's it called? Yeah, like this thing is going to be a waterfall feature. That's why we have a generator with a water wheel. The trees will be fixed. I'm actually right now there was a thing with art. There's still issues with the server at Josh. Did you upload all of the... Oh, I'm going to ask if they can. Can you upload all of the individual assets as .blend files to the server? Sorry, I don't necessarily want to show Discord on screen. I don't know if it's like if there's anything worth seeing on there. I'm just responding to some messages. I know technically that's part of me game developing, but it's also like where we refer to each other on the server like with full names and stuff like that. And so I would have to clear everybody on that to make sure that they're okay with their name being shared on the internet to a bunch of strangers. I know my name's already shared on the internet to a bunch of strangers, so that's no big deal to me. So, I mean, like, I don't really care. Okay, yeah. Just double checking the Instagrams. Boom. All right. Back to work. So today I think is going to be more of a Blender day. Until I co-work at 4, and then that's actually going to be like a testing. So kind of like a two-parter today. 2 to 4, going to be working on getting Gigi's face back. And then introducing just some basic animations. Luckily, Gigi's a robot, so I don't have to spend too much time making the animations feel natural. Secondly, what else? Oh, yeah, the face is super simple. And then fixing the players. I'm going to start with the player because I know that fix already. I've done the fix before. And then the next thing is my artist is gonna, I asked him to upload all of these individual objects, not in a exported scene, but in a as all individual assets, so that if I needed to tweak with the blend files, I can. So the reason why we're just working with exported files was just because it was probably handling better file sizes and things. It was easier to share. But now that we have a storage server that I'm pretty sure like I've allocated like 2 terabytes of storage to, and I could move that to be up to however much I want that I have. We don't have to worry about file sizes. So that'll make things easier. If I need to make a tweak directly in Blender, that's fine. If it goes into the game as is, that's also fine. There's a bunch of these things that probably had cell shading that no longer need it. Let me see, like I made a bush here, and this still has the cell shading. It actually still retained it too, which is kind of weird. Let's look at it here. This material. I'm wondering if I did this in. Okay, yeah, like turn that back. And then same thing. Is this a multi-material? Is there more than one surface? No. Shader, no shader. Let's turn this back into a standard material and just make it green for now. Something like that. And then next pass, add the little outline. There you go. So we still get what was happening with the shader. I really like it. If the shader could have been fixed with tweaking, I would have tweaked it. But the problem was the shader was camera angle dependent. It was very obvious that whenever the camera moved, that scenes would just start getting these really weird effects. It would basically flicker, which is not something you want to see, or it's not something I wanted to see. So yeah, that's something I wanted to curb. So character, back on task. Let's look at the player character here. Oh, let me go back to Blender, layer by layer. And then I had player V2. Player V3 is completely testing, so what had happened here is that anytime, so let me actually just full screen Blender. Anytime you have a texture on a mesh that's larger than the texture, like it like you could see here. This is like an interesting Godot specific thing, because obviously the character's eyes don't look weird in Blender, but they look really weird in Godot. I gotta scroll up to the character's face. So the eyes have this weird outline, and that's because the texture goes all the way up to the edge. This is helpful information for anybody who's having the same issue. The texture will sample the edge and bring it all the way up to the edge of the texture of the object. So you can see here that these orange outlines, can I just like hit that? The orange outlines where the eyes like don't reach. What Godot does is it grabs whatever's on the edge of this texture and just stretches it up. So because the eyes here, this only happens at the top where the eyes touch. Um, you get just the top of the eyes being stretched in this like weird line. So I need to make sure that there's a margin of some sort. At the sides, obviously you could see right here. Oops, let me move this one down. At the sides, you see right here that there's like just basically transparency all around. It's just clear. But because the texture for the very top of the eyes actually does hit the edge, it basically samples that out. I thought we had fixed that. There might have been an import setting of which that gets fixed a little bit better. And obviously this is like a really quick hack. But just having that 1 pixel border helps a lot. Just making sure. So there's that. I think if I re-export that, that should fix that. And then I might need to tweak an editor setting or an import setting. So let's go back to here. And let's go to assets, models, player v2, player v2. Oh yeah, there's player v2 and then there's player v2 fixed eyes. So I'm just gonna make this player v2. I must have put player v2 there instead of fixed eyes, but we don't need those anymore. So now that means player v2 fixed eyes can just be deleted. I will go through those materials one at a time at some point. I'm going to have to do an outline pass on all those again as well. So now you come over here. Your eyes are no longer broken. Oh, they're slightly broken. Hold on. Let's look at the import for this. There was something to do with the compression of these materials. I remember this. And then I promptly forgot because... So just here? If I re-import it like that. Which eyes is it? All this player v3 stuff could be deleted. And I think all these... I'm just going to re-import and see what happens. If I delete all these, it's not going to... Yeah. Re-import. There's something weird about there being alpha here. Oh, you know what? That's really strange. I remember testing, and that's why those are pink. But it's no longer pink. What I did was I basically bucket filled all of the transparency with pink to see what was happening. But that should no longer be the case. There's no more, unless there's just a hair of pink. Let me see if I could frame select it and really zoom in. I think I see the hair of pink. So something happened. Why can't I see the pink here though? Is just this not the right texture? No, this is... If I do this, let me just do this. Is this gonna mess up the eyes? Yeah, so this just straight up has the wrong texture now. So let me find out how to assign the texture here. Must be materials. Oh, do I need to go in the node editor? Did I do this in the node editor? Let me go in the node editor then. Oh, come on, Blender, don't freeze up on me now. Yeah, I think honestly what the best thing would be is to just reload this as a regular image texture. This base color can now just be the texture of the eyes that we made. Oh, where did that eye texture go? If anything, I could just draw new eyes, it's no big deal. Or export it from my iPad. Oh, I thought it'd be in here. Player? Maybe it's this. Eyes, yes. Why are you still pink? This looks terrible. This looks horrifying. Do not repeat. Clip it. Smart interpolation. Yeah, there's something weird about it. It's also no alpha. This looks better. What's gonna happen here? Is there a way to just turn this into an image? This feels like I'm on the right path. Whoa, the sphere projection is not right for that. Yeah, there's something going on there. I think I do have the like the base image though before it's even been edited. So let me go ahead and grab that. Where would I have put that? I might have to grab that from the iPad. Let me send that over. Real quick, because I do have the source images in my iPad. And I should probably back these all up to the server. Let me go to pictures, layer by layer, faces for the player, player eyes.png, and then share that. I could local send that. Yeah. Cool. What if I just drag this into this? No. Let me make sure that it ends up in the right place. Actions, move to documents, Blender, layer by layer, characters. Sure. So let's give that a try. Now it'll live here. Documents, Blender, layer by layer, characters, eyes, open. So now it just needs to be resized because they look puny. Wonder why I'm still not getting the alpha done correctly. I could just go in and erase it, I guess. There's repeat, extend, mirror. Nope. Mirror might be good, so that the eyes actually end up getting mirrored. It should just be clip. Just cut off whatever's not extra, or whatever is extra. I'll just turn this on smart, see what it does. This is a single image. It's kind of interesting that this doesn't support alpha. I guess it's to Google really quick. Let's find Google on here. Let me also just put this in games. Let's see. Blender image texture with transparency. transparency. Let's double check this. What is transparency? It's a PNG, yeah. Make sure you have the correct object. Drag and drop your image into the shader editor. Transparent BD. Oh, there's probably a picture for this here. Yep. So let's take a look at this. Here we go. Ah, this looks way simpler. This looks like what I'm looking for. So the alpha should go into the alpha of here. Whoa, oh, yes. Yes, we're here, we're doing it. It does need to be resized. So if I go to UV, if I go to texture paint, is that gonna show this? Yeah, so that's smaller, but that's okay. Let's go to UV editing. That might actually fix our issue here with these, can I grab those eye objects? Are those gone? Where did the eyes go? Eyes. There we go, there we go. Yeah, yeah. These haven't need to be re-UV unwrapped, I'm pretty sure. So UV, we're just gonna smart UV project. Let's see here. I wonder why the vertexes aren't showing up anymore. Oh, well, I mean, they're showing up here. Oh, because we're in a pose, that's why. So can I reset pose? So let me go back here and go to pose mode. Can I reset all? Just so I could see. I wish the textures would just move with the pose. Back to Google. Blender reset pose. Alt R to reset all rotations, and I think that's all I need to do there. So Alt R. I'm not recording this in an animation. Alt G and Alt S. I haven't scaled any of the bones. So now when I leave pose mode and go back to object mode, and I edit these eyes, yes, I can see them. That was very strange for a moment there. That's the eyebrows. That's not what I want to edit. I want to edit the eyes. And you can see now the eye texture is back to being a little bit. I wonder if there's still that little bit on the eye. But at least right now I could just scale this up, make the eye bigger. Kind of place that along here. It's not an exact science. Can make the eyes huge. I have them far apart. I'll have to fix the nose too. The nose is part of like a modifier that's it probably needs to be applied or something. Let's just go for like standard, kind of a middle ground. If I save this, let's double check here. It does look like this texture is huge, but why does it look so different when I am UV unwrapping this? Is it because it's clipping the extra bits? Let's go back into shading and see what it... Maybe when I clipped it, it's gonna clip too close to the edge. If I keep on clip versus extend, was that really the issue? Maybe I need to have it clipped instead of extend. We're gonna find out. Let's save this. Let's re-export the character. Whoa, I got an error. That didn't work? You got an error exporting this character even though I made just like a single change to it? Why did that happen? Let's look at this. There's something wrong with Blender. Maybe I just need to restart Blender. Oh, this old image, but I could purge old data. I forgot, is it in cleanup? Purged unused data. I think that's what I need to do. Let's try it one more time to see. If not, I'll update and see what happens. There's an image texture somewhere. I don't even know how to like browse image textures in texture paint. I guess there's one of these. Oh, that's the reference image. Eyes is here and exists. So images. Just this eyes. Don't know why it's saying that there's no I'm getting that error. Let's look at this more carefully this time. Is that the only error? Return runtime error. Image player v2 player mouth png.001 does not have any image data. I think I'm just gonna restart Blender. Let's save this all. I'm gonna close Blender and then restart it and see if it could get me any better information. So let's see that. Let's see. Control open. Yeah. Oh, weird. We're getting somewhere else now. Oh, it's not it's the eyebrows. The eyebrows, I must have deleted, I must have been pulling the textures right out of the project. That's an easy fix. Okay. Now that the editor is showing that, I could just send this back over. Fun fact, the eyebrows and the mouth are just the same curved line because I was too lazy to do it any other way. They're all just curved lines, like it's fine, right? So it's just one of those things I did because we were just putting this character together fast, and I'm not very good as a character artist, but let me see here. I go to on my iPad and then pictures. I have that curved line. Faces, player, mouth, and then this gets shared. Same thing. Okay, and then I could grab that as well. Let's see, documents, Blender, layer by layer, characters, and then I will just grab this fairmouse.png. Move here. So these, I think I just gotta re-add the image texture. So And I should probably do this in the same exact way I did the eyes. Just keep that workflow consistent because I think I did something very different here. Yeah. Yeah, I did this the weird way. So actually, let's just remove this. Grab this bad boy here. I just drop you in. Base color here. Alpha channel here. And boom. Same thing for these eyebrows. Just gonna clear this out. New. Even though it's like technically the same actually. I could just do this. I could just do this. Oh wait, that needs to be... Where did I put it? Is it this? Yeah. It's that, but clipped. There, we have our face back. Mouth and eyebrows. Because those are the same thing in my world. Sweep away this notification. And that's so much simpler. All these other materials for eyebrow, that could be purged at some point. I guess for mouth and eyebrows, now they're both clipped, and now they're all under the same sort of workflow. So yeah, eyebrows, mouth, not too different. You know? Not different at all. Literally the exact same. And that's game development for you. So I'm going to export this to the assets folder, player. Here we go. So now, player texture, it's VRAM compressed, blah, blah, blah. This is going to look a lot better now. Yeah, no weird eye clipping thing. And now, I think this player v2 model needs to go. This player v2. Oh, whoa. What happened? I mean, the eyebrows and the eyes are still there. I feel like that's not right. What happened here? I don't know where these duplicate files came from all of a sudden. So because the textures got extracted? Let's delete those. But why? Is it because I hid stuff here? This all looks good. There's nothing hidden over here. That's very strange. I wonder if the animations still work like that. But why are you like this? Let me try something a little bit more simple here. Let's apply all transforms. Whoa. There's something. Oh, maybe my mirror modifiers need to be applied, but I thought those were applied on export. Let's try it again. Let's just try it again. Player. I could just restart the Godot project too, and that might fix some of the weirdness going on here. All right, well, just doing that again worked, so I'm not going to question it. Oh, I should just do this in Blender as well. Is that not going to work? I just wanted to rotate everything. But maybe I should just rotate this. Everything's parented to that. If I do that, then I no longer have to rotate you on export every time. Let's give that a try. If not, I'll just undo it. Yeah, facing the right way every time now. So There you go. And I'm pretty sure all your animations work. I don't know why there's a big clipping in the animation there. Did I just like mess up that animation that badly? Or is it in the import settings for the character? Technically, the animations... Oh, hold on. Getting some weird import stuff. I think I need to clear those for now. See if that becomes a more sustained issue. These animations are 60 frames. Let me drink some water while I think. Import skeleton as bones. That sounds like a good idea. Let's save this for now. Let me just try and see this in the game to see how different the animations have turned out. I was going to preview the animations in the animation player, but it might just be easier to do it like this. There's a bit of a stutter there. The looping part, one of the animations has been glitched. But these animations aren't set to be trimmed. Let's go to Blender. Let's go to the animation workflow. Something happened here. Some of these have been moved. I don't know what happened there. Between these frames, like these had been pushed somewhere else. There you go. I guess I had accidentally added an a frame, animation frame. I think I need to scale it close to make them bigger because I keep on clipping through the body. Can I just do that without breaking everything? So if I just got the pants, just scale them a tiny bit up. Just made them just a little bit bigger. Oh, I'd have to. I can see why I didn't want to do that. Oh, I just pantsed my character. I mean, luckily they don't have any, like, parts. They're just a blob. But, like, they just got pantsed, and I feel bad. Yeah, I guess rigging is always something that happens last. So I'm wondering how to edit a mesh after rigging. Let's just look this up. Blender, edit, mesh after rigging. Well, seems like a lot of other people. Careful consideration, avoid disrupting the rigging and deformation. When you rig a model, bones are assigned to specific parts of the mesh. That's fine. Yeah, this isn't, I'm just going to be expanding stuff. So what I'm wondering is why when I go to edit mode on this object, oh, it's because the pose, again. Let's go to pose mode and let's reset the pose. Just go to the armature, go to pose mode, and then, oh, what had happened was this was on, so I did accidentally insert a keyframe, but now that that's not on, I could do that, kind of have him sit in the reset pose. Yeah, that's fine. And then I will edit the mesh here around the player's body because their pants are too small. Let me hide your boots. Yeah, all of these loops are just very small now because I had somehow. Also, let me turn on like proportional editing because these pants just need to be bigger. Yeah. You're just clipping. Your pants are literally phasing through your skin, so it's just. Oh, this loop is weird. Then the shirt needs to grow as well to accommodate the bigger pants. I could also make the person smaller within the clothes, but it seemed like easier at the time. I hide the shirt here. Yeah, because look at their butt is just clipping right through this. Let's just give them a little bit more breathing room in these clothes. Pants should be fine. Now the shirt needs to come back. Make the shirt just bigger. Make the clothes just a little bit more. It's like the armpits where the shirt goes on there. That was like, that's the hardest part. It's where like the most issues arise. And I think a little bit like basically the armpit under the sleeves. So I'm not adding any new vertices, so the vertex groups don't need to change, I don't think. See, so when I'm growing this, it's like shrinking the other thing, so it's kind of a balancing act. They're gonna be swole. The shirt's gonna make them look swole. I could do something like that. So now, if I look at the animation and I go into, what is it, pose mode? This is reset. Whoa, that's not right. The pants stayed on. Oh, they're still clipping a little bit. I wish I could edit as it's being posed, because this is obviously, I mean, actually the arms, the shirt is better than the arms in terms of the animation. Make sure my chair's not bumping into anything important. Okay. That's not right, right? Also, the shirt is on backwards. I know why. Wait a second. The shirt's on backwards. And that's not right. Because I rotated the armature, but it didn't rotate the clothes. So, if I go to the reset pose, hopefully this still has. If I reset, look at shirt's on backwards. Shirt needs to be rotated. Not in pose mode, but this shirt needs to be rotated along the z-axis 180 degrees. The pants, I mean, I guess I just, if I rotate the pants. No, I guess the pants had rotated. The hair was on. I don't know why the shirt didn't stay. Shirt apply rotation. Now when you run, but it goes backwards. Oh, is it keyed like that? Do I have to recopy the data transfer from body? I forget how to transfer animation data to clothes. Let me. There was a thing, a step-by-step thing I read. Oops. Transfer animation from body to clothes. There's a very simple way to do this. Yeah, transfer the weights. Oh, AI answer. See, it's not helpful in this specific condition because it's just a little bit weird. Data transfer. Yeah, I remember doing this in like a sort of specific way. Let's just apply it and see what happens. Oops, not sculpt mode. Yeah, this is the shirt's backwards. Your shirt's backwards. So you gotta make sure. Is it backwards in the game too? No, it's forwards in the game. But if I export this now, it'll be backwards. Just had that extra thing. Um, Now you're fine. Okay, so I just can't apply rotation to that? I mean, but if I go into pose mode for the armature, then it gets all funky again, right? No. I don't know what fixed it. Maybe it was the modifier. But, yeah, that was strange. Fix it here, then edit this. It's the armpits, bro. It's like there, and this loop right here. Just need to be pushed out a little bit more. I really don't know how to like fix that. I mean, luckily the camera's like up here, so you don't really notice. But what happens on the butt of the pants too? So these loops just need to be bigger. Can I just make the clothes like too big? Something like that. Just experiment here for a second. Just make it poofier, you know? It's always an option. Make them more comfy. Oh, my buttons are missing now. Oh, I clipped them. Um, yeah, when I scale them like that. So what needs to happen is the button up area needs to be preserved somehow. Maybe just not push that too far. It's a balancing act, I'm telling you. Just gonna pull that part of the shirt out a little bit more. Let's give that a try. Let's make you run. My main character is gonna be so fit after all this running. Let's bring it back to reset. Just pull that away from the armpit a little bit. Yeah, I think that's good. I think there's ample space away from the body there now. Make you run again. Why? Why are you being pulled so far? I wish I could see it in pose. There's probably a function, I just need to Google it. Blender maintain pose while editing mesh. It's probably just a checkbox. Enable certain options in the armature modifier panel. Display modifier in edit mode. Adjust edit cage to modifier result. Display modifier in edit mode. Adjust edit cage to fit. Oh! Oh my gosh, this is gonna be so much easier now. You know what? I just don't think that is being I just don't think that vertex is actually being moved at all. Oh, it is. It is. But it's being moved too far this way. So maybe that's a mesh painting thing, or a weight painting thing. Okay. So now I could weight paint this like. So it all is a control that gets rid of it. This one of these vertexes is just too strong. Paint. Is this not the right weight painting mode? Can I also slow this down? I wanna view this slower. It's actually gonna slow it down. That's not its intended use. Yeah, I mean, it's like moving naturally. Maybe the body needs to deform more with that. So if I actually exit edit mode and weight painting mode, click on the body, actually hide the shirt here. And I go into weight paint mode for you. For some reason, oh, but I also have to select the specific bone as well. Let me get out of edit mode for that. Let me go back to object mode here and select this bone. This bone. And I select body. going to weight paint, but for the arm. I've always been confused about this. Selecting the right bone to weight paint for. It is the most confusing process I've ever seen in the world. I want to select this bone. Oops, and I just painted that. But like they said, alt clicking and shift clicking, control clicking, that doesn't actually work. Go into pose mode, select the bone I want to weight paint for, and then select the exit pose mode and object mode, and then go into weight paint mode. That's obviously not the right bone. All right, to Google, because I have to look this up every time. It's so weird. It just doesn't work in my brain. Select bone to weight paint. Is it because I have locked object modes? Edit, lock object modes. Should I have that selected or unselected? Uncheck it. Okay, let's see here. Oops. There you go. Okay, we're getting somewhere. So the armpit is not receiving enough influence from this weight painting. So this needs to be stronger somehow when running. Yeah, see, there's this whole section of the body ought to be moving with everything else. I can't really see what's going on here very well. There you go. That was weird. There's one in there. Yeah, I feel like this bone needs a lot of armpit influence here. Okay. And they'll need to smooth this all out. This is obviously a very harsh way to paint these. There's like something tucked in there. I can't necessarily get to it. There you go, I got to it. This is gonna probably mess some things up just a little bit. So now this part, like the rib cage, needs just a little bit more influence. Oops. There's like a weird snapping going on. Seems to be moving a little bit more naturally. Right there. So when the arm is pulled back, it looks weird when the arm's pulled back, yeah. And I'm gonna have to transfer this weight over these new weight paints over to the clothes. This is gonna be here. Maybe this whole loop needs to be stronger. Oops, that made it weaker. Is there a way to blend? Paint, smear, blur, average. Maybe averaging will help out with this whole area here. Maybe I need a larger brush. Kind of smooth this whole thing out a little bit more. Now, is that going to look weird? Actually seems to look a lot better like that. Kind of blends it a little bit. The pants are moving just fine. If I bring back to the shirt... Whoa! Hey, look at that! No more weird clipping. Are the pants still getting weird clipping? Just a little bit. But that's okay, I could select bones now. I could select these bones. I could see them. I could see your bones. And I could see why you're clipping. It's when the leg is back. The thigh, the pants. I found you. I found the culprit here. And maybe a little bit of averaging is what helps there. No more clipping on the pants. Look at us solving problems. This is crazy. Alright, now I can exit weight paint mode, go back to the object mode, go back to material preview, re-enable the boots, which also need to be resized now. So let's reset you and put you back here. Because now the boots need to be embiggened. Are you not set to... Oh, you're not set to... So I could see you in the... Yeah, okay. Let's make these boots bigger. Yeah. These boots are gonna be huge, man. You're gonna be styling. If you start running, you don't get any weird clipping. Boom. Oh my gosh, we got so much better in so little time. When did I start legit? I said like 2 to 4. 2 to 4 is before I start doing some testing and profiling with my lead programmer. And I did say I was going to fix Gigi's face. Gigi still does not have a face. But this player just needed some legit cleanup. And we did clean it up. And I'm happy about that. Looking great. Let's export this and see how broken it is in the engine now. Also delete player v3. Yeah. Okay. Man, I'm getting a lot of this. Yeah, where is my idle end? Now that you mention it, is that just this? Oh, wait, no, no, go into post mode, please. Run. It's just called left eye action? What happened? What happened to my idle animation? Idle got replaced by left eye action. I have no idea what happened there. I don't even know what's moving there. So let's just delete that. Let's go to the dope sheet. Or is it the dope sheet or the action editor? Let's make sure that all of your bones are reset. This is idle. And all you do is you raise and lower a tiny bit. Let's go to front, like this way. All you do here is these go down. Or, well, I guess this is going to be half. So if this is 60 frames, it's going to be 120. Because you're going to take breath, like basically just 1 breath per second. What's going to happen is this. Let's add a keyframe. Full character. Right here. And then all I do is your arms go down a little bit. Here. A second from that, your arms go up a little bit. Here. Not that far out. Your arms are going too far in. Bring those arms out. And then I just duplicate this frame here. Put you at the end. Same thing for you as well. Maybe these two bones, these actually get lined up like this. There's a little bit of a pause there. I'll have to go in I think it's a curves thing. Because if I do this as well and get you in the halfway point, shape keys, no. Action editor. I want to see the graph editor between all of these. Can I like normalize this to show it? There you go. Yeah, I was like, can I normalize this? There's a normalize button right there. This bit. Can I change the type of curve that this is? Yeah, all of those should be... Whoa. That's not right. Oh, trying to make this basically a perfect sine wave. I don't... Reanimating. The tops of these curves are perfect. Oh, it's after. Okay, so this is having an effect on what's happening after. So this should not be like that. It should just ease in. They should just ease out. Same thing here. They should just ease out. But they should not ease in. There we go. Now there's no weird jittering between that. It's exactly what I want. Kind of looks like they're breathing. It's a bit exaggerated because they're I don't know, because they're fake. That's the only way I could really describe it. So if I do this, I can stretch them. Woo! That's fun. Let's go back here. This is like a halfway mark. And then the next keyframe of like the hands is here. So it's the downward motion. So let's go halfway down here. Just a tiny bit. Then we go to frame 60. Back to standing. Go to 90, set the highest point. I'm going to move the feet, so don't worry about the stretching. Okay. Oops, this is supposed to be at frame 90, not 91. Frame 119 is the same as 60. So now they do a little bit of squat. And then I'll have to ease these curves as well the same way. Before that is the feet. So this doesn't matter until they start going up. Really just on frame 90. So we need a keyframe for the feet. Here. What was it? Selected bones here. Then we go to here, and that's fine. Here, that's fine. Here, This needs to be moved up a little bit. Just enough to where they get that knee bend back. Whoa, 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 whoa. Calm down, calm down. R, X, and just kind of, they go up on their toes a little bit. Then they go back down. It's kind of like they're rocking back and forth on their feet. That's a bit of an exaggerated knee bend. I think this root bone's going too low. Just want them to dip a tiny bit. Yeah, now it looks like they're kind of just bouncing on their feet. Okay, back to the curves. Graph editor. This is going to be the same thing here. Actually, this looks great. Let me look at this from the front. It's going to find there's a bit of stutter because they're hitting the ground. Last thing is the head tilt. The head's going to go up and down a little bit too. They look so excited, just waiting around. Just their head needs to move because it's completely still and it looks really robotic, and we're not working on the robot character yet. That's for the second hour. We're going to give them back their face and give them these basically the same animations. Honestly, just the idle animation. They don't need a running animation because they don't have legs. They just float around. All you can do is float and sputter. That's GG, but in a much nicer context than in Halo. So let's take a look at this. Oh. Oopsies, didn't mean to zoom in on that like that. My bad. Come back over here. Looking at like tenths of a frame. That was crazy. Okay. We could go to the dope sheet for this stuff anyways. So the head, luckily everything's centered around every 30 frames. So there's the halfway down, or the lowest part down on 30, and all we need to do for the head is just push it down like 2 degrees. No, like 10 degrees, but like down 10 degrees. There. 60s back to the halfway point. I might have it be that their neutral position is what goes up, or else they're going to be staring up a lot. So maybe actually I will move these over. Oops. This one needs to be down 10. Is this back up? The highest point needs to be a level head. So this point needs to go away here. It needs to be even lower. That seems really low. Halfway down. As it goes up, the head comes back up. So this needs to be here. It doesn't need to. It's going to pass through that value anyways. Getting ads in a minute. So now here we go. Oh, that doesn't look like smooth breathing. Maybe instead of 10 degrees, that needs to be 5. So here, and let's get that over in here. And then the curves will help make that smoother. the breathing and the head breathing needs to be super smooth. Because ain't no one just like headbanging their entire time. Yeah, you see all these curves are all messed up. So, do you need an ease in? No. Let's do that really quick. I always forget how to do this. There you go. This is weird. I wonder if I should just delete that. No, I think that's necessary. But the easing for this is really weird. Almost like this needs to be duplicated. No, it doesn't need to be duplicated. I think what I need is this to be over on frame 1 for all of these. To kind of connect the endpoints. Let's look at it. That down point still seems a bit low. And the head whips up. Let's go back to the dope sheet here. Oh, we've got a likely ban evader restricted. How do I actually ban evade them? I'm gonna report this guy for spam. It's probably a spam and a bot. Yeah, sharing phishing link scam. Unauthorized URL post. There you go. Block them, sure. I mean, they're gonna get banned. Ban generative valuation. It's totally a bot name for spam. Spam/scam link. Sorry, whoever gets that awful, awful username, you'll never be able to watch my stream. Alright, back to animating. Little diversion there. It's time for me to stand. Okay, I have a sit-stand desk. I don't want to spill anything, though. I have a drink on my desk, so I'm afraid, like... Let me see. Let me take this drink off my desk. And let me make sure there's no dangling cables. Okay, that's not the standing height. This... Bye-bye, everybody. I'm gone. Because I do know that I do know my PC rests on the floor, and some of the cables do get a bit taut. Double check here. Make sure that nothing terrible is happening to the PC. That seems fine. It's really the GPU cables. This needs to be. I'll move that back. Okay. Did I break the stream? Is anything broken? GPU's on fire? Nothing like that? No, there's a good deal of slack on all the cables, even at standing height. I just need to stand because, well, my fitness watch said, hey, you should stand up, and I agree. I agree. That would be good for me not to be sitting down during hours of streaming, except now. Camera's quite low. Let me see if I can just raise you up. Oh, you see the microphone. Get that thing out of here. This is pointing up at me. You're gonna look right up my nose. I'm looking down at the monitor. That's fine. This did this go higher? Thing is, the keyboard tray is not really cutting it for this height. I feel like the keyboard tray is a bit low. Maybe if the top of the desk was where the keyboard is at, it'd be better. But I'll try my best. This is for the betterment of myself. So, where was I? Also, this keyboard tray is going to start sliding around. Is it going to start retreating back into the desk? Not if I'm... It looks like my character is struggling to breathe with this much head movement. Maybe it does need to be just a few degrees. The lowest point... I'm going to reset this rotation at this lowest point. So that's 0 degrees, technically. Negative, like, 3 degrees. I think that's what that needs to be. It's even lower there. I don't know why it gets lower there when the arms are coming up. Let's rotate. Get rid of that. Then reset this and rotate it X -3 degrees. Arms get lower, and the head's getting higher, and I don't know. I think I just have this in the wrong order. Maybe when they go up on their toes, the head goes back 1 degree. Five degrees, 3 degrees. There you go. I think that looks way more natural. And we fixed another thing that was with this character that I hadn't fixed before. So that's good. Exit pose mode. Yeah, alright. I think this character is finally in the state that it needs to be for the demo. Let's get that in the game. Let's take a look at it. We're not going to get that error anymore saying there's no idle. Yeah. And then if I go to the scene here and look at your animation player, maybe I just need to re-import you. Re-import. And then that'll fix itself. There'll be an idle. Yeah, there's an idle. This is a looping one. Oh, do I need to set that in the importer? Import? There's a way to look at animations, right? Idle. This is a loop mode. Run. This is also a loop animation. Yeah, there you go. So now, when they're idle, that'll loop, and when they run, that's also looped. Heck yeah, check that out. And the clothes aren't showing their, like, skin popping through it. So that's very good. I'm very happy with that. Oops, playing it backwards. I wanted to reset it. Is there no way to just quickly reset that? Just could try it there. Okay, we're getting places. We're getting places. All right, your turn. They're not even rigged, so this is gonna be a bit of a rigging adventure here. Luckily I'm like keeping all this stuff pretty simple. But now, oh, also I wanted to get rid of that player v3 import because that's old stuff. It was like testing stuff. It was mainly to address that glitch with the eyes. That glitch with the eyes is gone now, right? Yeah, so we're all good there. I didn't end up fixing the player's nose. Oh, while this is open, there was something with the nose that was really weird. Maybe it's because there's a modifier on the head here. That subdivision modifier. Let me see if I could just apply it. Will that break things? Let me try and re-import it like that. It should apply that. Oh, that looks weird. I think it's because maybe in render it looked different. It should just look like this. There's a bit of a weirdness right here. There's like a stray edge. Why does the edge look like that? That ain't right. You can't have an edge that looks like that. Nor these edges either. I'm just gonna patch this up. Like manually. Oh wait, because of the subdivision, that's why that's happening. I wonder if I could just turn off the subdivision for the nose. Honestly, keeping it simple like that might be for the better. Alrighty. Let's... I don't know if the render parameter here for levels of the subdivision modifier are what end up being exported. Use limit surface. Keep boundary. I'm gonna keep that. Use creases. Custom normals. I think I'm gonna keep that where it was. And I'm gonna export this one more time. And make sure when I re-import this, if it catches those animations again, that would be nice. Advanced. Yeah, let's re-import this. Because when I want to add the, I'm gonna try this just on the head right now. When I want to add the shader, I guess I can't really do that right now. If I make this local, and then save it, then take a look at this. I want to quickly load the outline. It still does not like the subdivision on the nose. It doesn't like it. It doesn't play well with it. Maybe that's such a small thing that I shouldn't have to worry about it too much. But I'll worry about that later, I guess. Alright, was that it for the player character? Does everything else work? Does everything else work? There's something wrong with Phantom Camera where it's throwing a weird error. I'll have to take a look at that with my programmer later. But we have exactly 1 hour to fully rig and bring animations to our NPC character, Gigi. So let's open up Gigi in Blender. I haven't opened up the Gigi project in Blender in a long time. Let me just make sure that this is all saved. Okay. Gigi's here and lacks a face. Kind of wondering if it's a little bit uncanny for the screen to be shiny like that. I wonder if I should just make that like more cartoony. Unless like has to be a shiny thing. Maybe I could add like a cartoon shine. That could just be part of one of the face art things. Let me double check where the assets for the face art is. Because I think, just like the player one, I had it loaded into the Godot files because I thought it would just be like good to have one source of truth. But it might be better to just do Blender things in Blender and Godot things in Godot. So let's try that. That's interesting. Oh, that was trying to load a video file. All right. Let's go back a layer up to... This is on my iPad. Faces for Gigi. And let's send these over to my PC. Because I do the art on my iPad. It's just easier for me to draw and whatnot. What would probably be for the best is for this folder to go through some sorting. So I could show you guys this. Here. This is folders. Player v3, that's gone. Player blend.1 is also so old now that it doesn't work. I will roll back the player to be a human template. Because that also is so far behind what we had. Let's make a player folder and then put all this stuff in here. Right, and then let's make a Gigi folder and put the Gigi related stuff in here. So when I send stuff over, I could very easily put it right over here. So let me share this using local send. I'll probably switch over to using tail drop to start sending stuff. It's just what I had at the moment. Let's take a look at both of these. Those are in downloads now. So now I could close that. Let's see. Let's open up my downloads folder off screen. Let's see, where did those go? Eyes and mouth. These are, for some reason, rendered in all white. And they're gonna be all blue. Maybe I rendered them all white with the purpose of being able to change what color they are later. But let's hop into Blender. The thing with Gigi is I don't need to worry about player customization of the NPC. So when I was doing the player characters modeling, I made the sort of meshes for the eyes and the eyebrows and the mouth a lot bigger than the sprites that go onto them currently, because you're going to be able to customize the player. So we wanted to have just more space in case there are really large eyes versus very small eyes. different shaped mouths and things like that. So I kind of made like a large sort of plate, and then you could put bigger and smaller textures onto it. Um, but we don't really need to worry about that for GG. I guess we kind of do because we're gonna be changing the eyes. Like we'll probably make GG blank. We'll definitely make the character blank. I don't know. Maybe GG being a robot could just have eyes that see forever, since it's just a screen. But how I did this in the player character was, first of all, the modeling for the player character was much more organic. But I think for the player character, what I did was I just grabbed and like just stole a couple of these, but not on the back, just the front. I just stole a couple of polygons out here, and I kind of made a new object out of this. I don't even remember how I did that. How did I do this? I'm trying to remember how I did this. Let's see here. I must have copied it. I must have copied this somehow. Like, yeah, I must have straight up duplicated this and then moved it along the y-axis just like a centimeter. And then, yeah, separated this by selection. So this is, that's head, and now this is I dot right. If I use a mirror modifier, I could mirror this along the x, and that's the left eye. So now I could give this a material. Let's see, how do I'll go to, oh, I'll UV unwrap it first of all. Smart UV project. It's a square. It should be, the UV should be pretty simple. Shading, so let's go into the node editor here. And let's grab, how do I make this the primary window? I'll just drag it. Here, the primary window, browser, and Godot could kind of go away. So let's look at the GG eyes here and drop you in. So now eyes go into here, alpha goes into here. Let's go back to full screen. They're sideways. Let's go to UV editing. The eyes are white right now. Whoa, material preview, you are weird. There you go. I don't know why that's looking like that. That really shouldn't. But I guess if I go to texture paint, is that texture also missing? Is it because I messed with just the material of the head? Is there no, oh, I put it on the wrong thing. That's why. So this is incorrect. That's why it was black. Ha. That was such a weird mistake for me to make. So you're gone. The head has the screen material, and that's back to normal now. The eyes need its own material. The material is going to be eyes. And then I'm going to go out of full screen and drag this in and do this here instead now. Eyes, they're white. I guess I can mix it in with any color I want. But I think I'm going to, I'm probably going to try and do different colors in Godot using like just changing the albedo of the surface just to see. Okay, let's look at you from the front. And go to UV unwrap and let's change the placement of this. These eyes are a bit far apart right now. Do something like that. Okay, and then we got to do the same thing for the mouth. Let's go back to modeling here. Whoa, what is slash doing? User perspective local? Okay, I don't want to do that. Go back to material preview. Here, let's grab some mouth parts. Luckily, Gigi doesn't need a nose, so that makes our lives significantly easier. Let's duplicate this out on the y-axis. I just brought it out a centimeter, and then split it by selection. So now we have head and we have mouth. This doesn't need to be mirrored or anything, but it does need its own material. Also, it doesn't need... I wonder if eyes has 2 material assignments here, so let's get rid of that one. Mouth, then we'll go into shading. We'll just do that same process. Let's save so I don't forget. Okay, let's get out of full screen. Gigi's mouth goes in here. Let's just drop in this and this. Oh, it's not UV unwrapped. Silly me. UV unwrap. Smart UV project works almost every time. Probably something more like this. And is centered up nicely. Also, the mouth is huge. So let's just shrink it down. So it's not so overwhelming. It does just look creepy when you're staring face on at something smiling at you like this, but I promise it won't be. All right, that is Gigi. Let me take a look. I guess I think that's right. I don't think there's really any more. Makes the smile very big. Hi there. Gigi's so happy to see you. This is much more innocent. Ugh. That's silly. I think that's it for Gigi having a face. Gigi got no bones though. And this should be pretty simple because there's just a floating head. So a bone just needs to be tied to that. The body shape, like the body, it doesn't really twist or anything like that. And then the arms, the little pods you see on the sides here. So it should be 1, 2, 3, 4 bones. And then I guess there's a bone for if I want to like change textures on animation, such as the eyes and stuff. I can have the eyes moving around. But for now, we're going to start simple, and then we could build on complexity if we want to. So it's a rigging time. I'm wondering, there's not like a workflow that really is recommended. I think even Blender understands that rigging is just plain difficult. I might have to follow a tutorial on this, and that might be something that I watch during ads. So let me just pull up the browser for that. I followed a really good YouTube tutorial here. Blender. I think it's just rigging for impatient people. Yeah. This guy, Joey Carlino, this is like a year-old tutorial. There's character animation for impatient people and rigging. I watched both of these alongside of the work I was doing, and it's really really good. So
rigging can get pretty.
You have no idea how rigging and weight painting like works, or you just want it explained like in a more general and simple context. This is, I don't know, it's just really helped me. I think it does a really good job of simplifying it, especially since the whole point is like I'm not impatient, I guess. Oh shoot, did I just pull on my headphones? I'm not impatient, but I do want to just like I have other things to do in terms of the project and want to very quickly touch up on these things as I'm going along.
Complicated, especially as you get into more advanced topics like constraints and drivers, but maybe you only need something simple, or maybe you're just impatient. So here are some of the basics of rigging for when you want to get started fast. I'll be talking about two main rigging styles. One is a rig that deforms the model, and the second keeps each piece rigid and separated.
I think we need the robot on the right, because we have a robot here. For our player character is basically this.
For the first one, I'm using a character I made, but this will work for anything you want to bend and deform. Press Shift A to add an armature, and if you don't want your bones to be covered by the model, then you can go to Object Data Properties, it looks like a little running person, and turn on In Front. This is also where you can change the shape of your bones and show the names and axes. Then just select the armature, tab into edit mode, and you can select the head or tail of the bone, move them around with G, and extrude with E to place your bones. The thick end is the head, and that's where the bones will pivot from when you're in pose mode. I'll usually do the center of the body and then 1/2 if the model is symmetrical. You can get the bones close to the body by using snapping. I'll usually set it to face project and center. Then when you're moving around, you can hold Control to snap, and you can adjust it from there. This is good for shapes that get a little weird, like you could rig tree branches more easily this way. You can also Shift D to duplicate bones, parent bones with Control P, either connected or keep offset, and you can unparent or disconnect bones with Alt P. If your model is symmetrical, then select all of the bones that aren't in the middle and press Control F2 to batch rename. Set this to bones, this to set name, and suffix. Type $L and press OK. Now all of the bones on the left side of your character have a .L at the end of their names. This is important if you ever want to mirror poses. There's also an auto-naming option that does pretty much the same thing if you right-click. Now with all of those bones still selected, right-click and choose Symmetrize to copy all of the left side bones over to the right. Tap back into object mode, select your model, shift-click your armature, Control P, and choose Armature Deform with automatic weights. And you can do this if your model is multiple objects too. Just select all of the objects and then the armature last. This should add an armature modifier to your objects and also a bunch of vertex groups that have the same names as your bones. This is where the weight painting information is stored. And if at some point you mess up and want to start
let me go here.
If you want a more rigid result with no bending, then you'll need a different approach. The first way of doing this is by parenting directly to bones and avoiding weights altogether. But this only works if your model is made of a bunch of separate objects. Select one of your objects, then shift-click the armature and go into pose mode. Select the bone you want to parent it to, Control P, and choose Bone. Now that object should follow the bone when you move it. This gets pretty annoying when you have to do it over and over again, so you can use this add-on to make the process faster. You can get similar results using weights, and this also works if your model is only one object, unlike the previous way. And this is easier when you make bone names visible under Object Data Properties.
I think I only need to do the simple but annoying way, because I only have to do 1, 2, 3, 4 parts. So I only have to do it 4 times. I don't have to do it over and over again. So I'm going to actually stick to...
If you want a more rigid result with no bending, then you'll need a different approach. The first way of doing this is by parenting directly to...
So now I have to add... I'm going to add some bones, I guess. Big bone. Oh, armature. Yeah, so let's just do this in wireframe mode. Get this here. Scale it to here. And then this is going to be our first bone. Did I rename the bones? Which one is specifically this bone? Bone. I'll just call this like torso, right? And then do I... I still have to parent it, so I still need to select the torso bone and then extrude, edit and extrude this armature. So there's torso. Oh, okay. Oh, this is torso. This is the head bone. But I'm actually going to delete that bone because I just wanted it to come out of here. Let's actually move this bone up. Whoa. But it's attached. It's not like... Okay. This is a bit strange. But let's just roll with it for now. I guess I could parent these later, because they are going to be separate. So if I parent like this... Oops, what did I do there? Control P, keep offset. So now when I rotate this bone, does the other follow? Am I not doing this right? Let's check the tutorial. Let's do this right.
Bones and avoiding weights altogether, but this only works if your model is made of a bunch of separate objects. Select one of your objects to the right. Tab back into object mode, select your model, shift-click your armature, Control P, and choose Armature Deform with name, Alt P. If you go Shift D to duplicate bones, parent bone.
Duplicating might be the trick I'm looking for here to create a bone where the parenting is better. Nope. Seems more or less like the same sort of stuff. Shift P to parent? Is that what he said? This bone is the head bone. Okay, there. Now head is parented to torso. That makes much more sense. Okay, oh. I'm getting there, I'm getting there. Let's start here. This bone actually doesn't, not too worried about sizing. I don't know where this bone should sit. Should it sit along the part that hugs the body? I guess so. And what is it? This is also parented to this. Oh, wrong way, wrong way. You have to have this one be the last selected. There you go. And this is arm dot left. And if I right click, I could symmetrize this and make an arm dot right. And that's all I need. So now we get to the parenting bones directly to the parts. Rigid rigging.
Model is made of a bunch of separate objects. Select one of your objects, then shift-click the armature and go into pose mode. Select the bone you want to parent it to, Control P, and choose Bone. Now,
so just simple parent to bone. So let's exit edit mode. Let's save GG in the state they're in right now. And let's also just have these side by side. So Godot could just go away for a second.
a rigid result with no bending, then you'll need a different approach. The first way of doing this is by parenting directly to bones and avoiding weights altogether, but this only works if your model is made of a bunch of separate objects. Select one of your objects, then shift-click the armature and go into pose mode. Select the bone you want to parent it to, Control P, and choose Bone.
Okay, so we said select the object. Oh, I should parent the eyes and the mouth to the head as well. So now when I move these, it also moves those. That seems simple enough. So this, and I will select the armature. Then I will go into pose mode.
Now that object should follow. Select one of your objects, then shift-click the armature and go into pose mode. Select the bone you want to parent it to,
The bone, I want it, this bone.
Control P, and choose bone. Now,
Do you say shift control P?
pose mode. Select the bone you want to parent it to, Control P, and
Just control P, then parent the bone. So now, yeah, okay. That seems to work just fine. I'll probably move the root of the bone up so that the head kind of moves a little bit more independently, but it's fine.
choose bone. Now that object should follow the bone when you move it. This gets pretty.
I gotta do that over and over again. So this, exit pose mode, select this object, shift click the armature, go into pose mode. That doesn't work every time. So the body, oh, maybe because I have to control this. Control P, bone. So now this will, yep. Okay, we're getting this done. We're getting this done. Pose mode. The bone. Yes, we are learning and we are gaming. All right. Pose mode. Control P, bone. So now all of this should work out just fine. And honestly, I think that's all we need for GG right now. Right? GG can, let me see if I could make the armature visible through everything else right now. Put that in front. Also, I like it when these are just the sticks. They don't do anything like inverse kinematics, right? Arms could move just fine. They could shake your hand. They could wave it around. They could flap their wings. Everything's good there. There's literally one animation we need to really add, and that's just the floating animation, which I guess I will make their idle animation. So let's go save this. This is all good. GG now has a face. I'm wondering if I should just color it here. I'll worry about that in Godot, because that's a small thing. New animation. Right, let me see how I make new animations. Set in the action editor. New animation, the action will be idle. And then, quite literally, it'll just be floating back and forth, up and down. Won't be anything crazy. Let's see here. This is going to be probably 120, and the animation speed will be 60 frames per second. I don't know if that actually has any impact here. So now we can just focus on the animations. Make it seem more kind of natural looking here. Look at GG from the front. So keyframe, selected bones. I'm gonna make sure that this starts kind of in the middle. So go down. Oops. Down. Go back up to kind of the middle ground. Then go up. Go back to that middle ground. Oops. Wait, is this that middle ground? Oh, I've done it wrong. This is supposed to happen here. And I overwrote this. Is that really... I mean, I'm gonna change the curves. But I think maybe that's a little bit too extreme of a floating animation. Maybe I also need to make it slower, but let's normalize all of these. Then this, I don't need to ease in. Let's turn all this. This is going to be a sine wave if I've ever seen a sine wave-like movement. It should be ease out, right? No, that's not working. That is a bit extreme, actually. Maybe that should be less. Maybe, maybe like here. Why does that seem shorter? It's because these also need to be brought back to 0. Whoa. Calm down, calm down. Maybe because the camera will be far away, it'll be actually, it should be, this is like, nice. It should be exaggerated a little bit since the camera's gonna be far away. Let's, there's not really any other animations. I mean, yeah. Let's just export it and just see what it looks like in game. Save, export. Let's just see. Let's go assets, models, GG. Let's overwrite GG. Maybe I should save this as like GG, but like animated GG. GG animated, just in case I really break stuff. Then let's go to the GG scene in Godot here. I should probably just rename this scene GG while we're at it. While we're making things better. In the demo room, it still has NPC, correct? Yeah. So it needs to be replaced by GG. And the NPC scene needs to be basically deleted, unless it's like a sort of general scene. GG, your body's being replaced. It's being upgraded. G animated. Let's put you here. Oops. You have a capsule around you. I forgot about this. That capsule shouldn't have exported. I thought I had... I guess it's been that long since I've messed with this. Include limit to visible objects. Yeah, that's what happened there. That was set to invisible. So let's go back to the game engine. Let me actually also look at these import settings for these animations, right? Because this needs to be set to looping. Re-import it. Drop him in. Whoa, whoa. Oh, I gotta apply the mirror modifier. Huh. Okay, we're learning. We're learning. When I export, I should save this as like a preset for this. Include. It's in data. Right? Mesh, material, apply modifiers. There you go. And then this should be a preset. Just name this the GG preset. Let's see if it'll remember this. Or, oh, remember export settings. Oh, there's a blender to Godot. Is that what I did for the other character? I think it is. And I think it'd be better to just use this. Yeah, to use that same preset every time. I hope that's working. Let's give that a try. There you go. Let's take a look at those animations again. Animation singular, that's still fine. So yeah, they're here. They're in the game. You need editable children so we could interact with all those parts of you that need to be tweaked. You already face forward. What else? The animation player, we could look at this animation of you floating around. There you go. That's already gonna add so much character to this. And you know that they're like a hovercraft robot. We're gonna add some particle effects at some point that show up below their body. Little rings, little glowy blue rings. And that'll be great. So we have to go to demo room. And in place of faceless Gigi, or blank NPC character, Gigi has the script and everything attached still, right? So everything should be functionally the same. There's also the camera that's in the wrong spot now. But that's okay. Not worried about that. We should put actual Gigi here. The Gigi scene. Yep, in place of NPC, which is now going to be deleted. But where's Gigi now? Oh, did I answered them as a child of something? Okay, turn around, don't be shy. Yep, get on over there. Are you floating above the table? Oh, I just made the table really short. Okay. Let's position them right up against the table. And maybe I should just run this to see if this script... The script might be calling for a specific node path. Yep, it's crashed. So let me go back to this and let me edit the script. Let's see. There. Here we go. Whoa, okay, these references have been renamed to Gigi. Has it always been like that? That should be fine, but what error did I get then that froze up the game? Oh, is it because the children aren't editable in the scene? Is that it? So let's look for Gigi in here, in this mess. They should just exist, not as a child of anything. Oh, it says Gigi animated. So they do have a head. It's also named Head 2. I actually don't know why those bones got renamed like that. That must have been something strange. Strange that it's like that. Is it like that in Blender? When I symmetrized anything, did it accidentally give everything Head 2? No. But when it imported the bones, it renamed all of them. Let's... I guess I'll have to make this local anyways. Let's just rename these. This is fine. I don't know why this got turned into arm L2. I don't know what all these 2s are doing here. Is it because it's fighting with the name of something else? Let's save you there. And then let's go back to the script. If I do GG to GG animated, I think that should be fine. Now this should work. I launch up demo room. I guess we could just keep on fixing it error by error. Another error. Global rotation. GG animated head. GG animated. Oh, yeah. This isn't, it's going to be /armature /skeletons 3D /head. Can I even rotate that? Yeah, but it doesn't rotate the eyes. The eyes and mouth should be parents of this. So this this way of getting the player or the NPCs to look at the player don't necessarily work. That's interesting that the bones aren't parented in the same way. I wonder if that's what it means by import skeleton. So if we go to import, there's like a import skeleton sort of thing somewhere. I don't think it was here actually. Animation save paths. Am I just not? Meshes skin animation. This is also a 60 frames animation. So let me fix that as well while I'm here. Import skeleton as bones. Treat all nodes in the imported scene as if they are bones within a single skeleton 3D. Can be used to guarantee that imported animations target skeleton bones rather than nodes. May also be used to assign the root bone in a bone map. But, wait. Let me try that, and I could always re-import it if it breaks it. So let's look at this in the scene now. Let's get you back in here. So if I edit children here, I mean, oh, geez. That's a little bit crazy, isn't it? The eyes still aren't parented, so that didn't fix it, and I think that actually will have broken some things. So let's re-import not having done that. I don't think that's the solution to the problem that we're looking for here. And also, let's just get you centered up. So you're in the right place. Okay. Is it head 2? I don't know why they appended this as _2. But first of all, let's make this local. I guess I could just try and parent these and just see what happens. What's the worst that could happen? It's just throwing a warning at me. But now this could rotate, so not my problem. Ad start in a minute. Oops, I'm trying not to do that. Yeah, GG/animated /armature /skeleton 3D /head. So if I get outside of full screen mode here and just minimize that. Oops, wait, I want to go back actually. Minimize Blender, minimize my browser, and minimize, or just close this. Just close the running project here. Let's look at that scene tree a little bit more in depth here. Let's substitute gg mated slash, oh, I gotta escape that, head with gg animated slash armature slash skeleton 3D slash head. There's probably a way for me to shorten that out, but that's fine. I will take it. Let's see. That should work. Let's just try that. Let's just try it. It's the worst that could happen. Save it. Oh, the script is gonna save over it. Dang it. Okay, save it now. I hate that it does that. There's got to be a way to toggle off open script in script editor on error. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Where are we at? There's a different error now. Node not found NPC. Ha! Okay. Yeah, that's what I was thinking was the error from before. Okay. Oops, level specific, demo room. Now there's no NPC character. It's going to be it's now going to be GG. I think that should be fine. I think I do need to make these children editable though. I think the players is, yeah. So editable children, so I could see those references. Let's give it another try. Whoa, it's still throwing the same error. Node not found NPC. Oh, stop doing that. It's opening it in the script editor every time, and it's resaving. No, I want to save this version. Now it should work. If that's... Well, it shouldn't throw that error. Hey, there we go. Here. So now... Oh, there's nothing that plays the idle animation, so that should just be... That should just happen on ready, honestly. GG script. So if I go back to... Not this one, my terminal. Here, you go to E... Assets, scripts, entities, NPC. Can minimize this. We could go to the animation player here. GG animated slash animation player play idle. I think that should work. That might break something, I don't know. Let's see. Let's see it in action. No, it doesn't look like it broke anything. Let me bring this up to the primary. Yeah, they're floating around. Look at that. Characters idling. Their shoes are clipping into the floor a little bit, it seems like. So maybe they need to re-rate. Maybe that floor isn't lined up with the collision box for the ground. This is also pointing the wrong way now. But that's a small fix. Yes! Okay, we did the things that we needed to do on time. We have the player refined. We have the NPC. There's only 2 characters in this demo. And we have the 3D printer, not fully animated. There's a lot of work, and I'm probably going to do that working with my programmer in 10 minutes. But this is like working, and that's crazy cool. All right. Yeah, this got me excited. Let's put you in the spotlight here. Which way should I should do this in quarters. Let's see now. What is the thing? The camera. Phantom camera, but for the NPC camera. So over here. Where's that other camera? It's in camera system, NPC PCam. Let me just override it. And then toggle, and then just move you over here. Then pan you up a little bit. Like that. Maybe a little bit further out. There you go. Now it should show the player and the NPC. Guess for now, just full screen you so I could get a better view. That's what that's gonna look like. There you go. So now when I run this scene, oops, it's gonna be pointed at the NPC from the start, isn't it? Because I overrid the camera. Okay, no. But when I go here, yeah, look at that, and over the shoulder. We have to add collision to all these things, but also I'm going to be refining all these objects. I'm probably going to refine all these objects over the weekend because that's going to be some pretty dry and boring Blender work. But, you know, it means more for y'all to get excited about when we hit Monday. All right, that's perfect. Oh, this is going to be over here now. I'm going to make, while we have an extra 8 minutes, and also while we're going to replace this whole thing, let me actually tell my programmer about that really quick, just because I didn't address it in the last message. So let me tell him. Also, I did a remodel of the 3D printer based off of Josh's work. So the missing material on the extruder won't really matter anymore. Well, okay, cool. Yeah, wow, okay. We're putting in some work and we're getting some things done. I'm gonna take a little 5-minute break to use the restroom, you know, stretch out my legs a little bit more. What else? I don't know. Yeah, just like pet the cat, make sure she's doing okay. And yeah, maybe just like pick up a few bits of clutter around the house still. Get a little stretch. But I'll be back, and I think by that time I will be co-working with my programmer, and then we're gonna focus on some more gameplay specific targets. So yeah, I'm just gonna call it a break time right now for 5 minutes. You guys could chill out, watch some ads, whatever. Right? Here we go. Muting. Unmuting. All right, muting for real this time. Hello, I'm back. Is there a way for me to make these cooler, these transitions? There we go. Wow, that's a nice way to transition. What is this slider? Whoa. I'm just like messing around with OBS right now. Okay. But if I like, that's so gentle. I love how gentle that is. You just gently. Wow, that's so gentle. Okay, enough messing around. We're back from break. So I think the initial goal of art for the day is kind of achieved, and then some. We re-added the face back to our NPC character here. Um, I will take some time to add back in the outline shading that we have on like the same thing as the player here. Um, this is probably due for a tweak on these values. So let me remove this override. First of all, the hair. Actually, probably because I re-imported the player, a lot of the materials are gone that we had outlined. So that, and then just following up with my programmer. Would 10 minutes be a good time to co-work for profiling this Steam Deck? That is perfect. And yeah, that sounds good to me. I have to talk to him about some of the other things, but he wants to talk about performance profiling because he's been doing a lot of optimizations to certain areas. So let me just, he said 10 minutes. Oh, that was 10 minutes ago. So let's hop into that and I'll hop into this Discord with Casey. Hello?
Hey,
Hey, I'm also streaming development. I hope you don't mind.
yep, that's fine.
Okay. Yeah, just you wanted I had to go grab my Steam Deck from the other room really quick. Um, I did clone the repo onto it, and I got Godot 4.4 onto it as well. But I'm guessing you're going to be sending over builds, right?
Yeah, so I think I linked it in
The
a little bit
programming
up in the
channel.
programming
Oh, I
chat.
see it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll also give you access to the NAS server at some point today. That way you don't have to just like share it via like Google Drive links. It'll just be there on our own server. But
Oh, okay.
yeah, give me a second. I gotta go to the other room to grab the Steam Deck, so I'll be right back.
Okay.
The iPad on the desk right now. So since I'm not drawing right now, I could kind of fold this up, put that away. I actually have my not the official Steam Deck dock, but a Ugreen dock. I can at least just use it as like a little standing thing here. So there's going to be a Steam Deck on the thing. I don't know if I'll be able to share it with you guys. I can remote into it, I guess, and then have it on the screen that way. But that hasn't always proven to be very successful. So I also have a keyboard and mouse right here as well. I could try and remote into it. Alrighty, I'm back.
Okay. Yeah, so go ahead and download the zip file.
Yeah, give me a second. just make sure that it's charging right now because didn't charge it last night. And actually, so we're doing performance profiling for the Steam Deck. I don't have stock SteamOS installed on this. I mean, the hardware's the same, so like its processing power is going to be the same. But instead of running SteamOS, which is based off of Arch Linux, I'm actually just running stock Arch Linux. So I think the main differences will be the mainly like the way that the TDP is governed. It'll be like I'm trying to run it on like SteamOS's kind of max performance setting, which is like in the neighborhood of like 15 watts on the CPU. So that's going to be a little bit different. I do have a friend who is just running stock SteamOS, so I could also send it to them. They're the one who sent the long list of feedback notes that I posted. And they also
Yeah,
have
I
their
mean,
master's degree in computer science, so
cool.
they're pretty knowledgeable all about. That's probably why their feedback was so in depth and good.
Yeah, I mean, I think for right now, just making sure that it'll run smoothly during the demo is the main thing.
Yeah, I guess for the most part, this is the Steam Deck I'm bringing anyways, so that's what matters the most, right?
Yeah.
So now I just
Is like battery life gonna be an issue?
I will if I'm displaying it at a booth, they'll have power, so I'll just plug it in.
Okay.
I just have this like the dock that I use to plug it into the TV. I gotta hook up the wireless keyboard really quick.
Okay.
Um, but the battery life, honestly, if it really is an issue, I could underclock it. If it's, I mean, really an issue past that, I could just bring. I'm gonna bring a portable battery bank anyways, like a 20,000 milliamp hour battery bank as well.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully it's not an issue, like especially if it's gonna be like plugged in.
Yeah, if
Is
it's like
it,
plugged in or whatever, that's fine.
could it like drain faster than it charges?
Uh,
Or-
I mean, if I were to hook it up to a power brick that was like a really low current, the Steam Deck tries to run at a pretty low sort of like TDP, like anyways, even 15 watts. Um, that means that I would need to be running it off of like a basic like 15-watt like charger. So like one of those cheap ones that just like kind of comes with a smartphone. Um, but the power bank I have, like it's all like USB like power delivery stuff. So I think I think we should be fine on that front because it'll be like charging at like 60 watts.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Um, so and that's also like super dependent on how much is demanded out of the game in terms of like it, you know, being
Yeah.
too intensive.
So in terms of like the CPU side of things, I think it turned out that most of it was just like as a result of moving the meshes, like hundreds of meshes, um, like just not during the moving part, but like updating internal engine stuff, I guess, or something.
Yeah,
Because right now, at least for me on my computer, it's just completely GPU bound.
yeah. So yeah, I'll check. Um, I will have to install Mango HUD on this, I guess, to get the. I mean, you're gonna see it in the logs, but I guess I could also do a live check and benchmarking. So let me just
Um,
get that.
yeah, I mean, as long as that doesn't like have much overhead, that's fine to
No, it
see that.
doesn't.
Okay.
Let's see here. And I could just transfer the files from here to there. could honestly just load this file to the server right now. So let me see from downloads. Copy. Paste. Then let me just log into it here. And to two-factor authenticate this bad boy. Ready? Just downloaded it onto the Steam Deck. I will need to enable Mango HUD globally for all Vulkan applications on the Steam Deck really quick. Forgot how to do that. Let's see. I'll do it on this browser instead. Let's see. I think there's like a UI thing I could download for this actually. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. It just needs an update really quick.
Okay. Have you been mainly working on like the art side of stuff?
Yeah, so I don't know if you saw when you merged in the 4.4 branch, but there's a lot of art brought in by Josh. Um, and I've been working on just kind of adding on to that and refining some stuff. I'm probably going to meet with them sometime next week while I handle sound stuff, so they could kind of use some of the initial things that I've redone as like a sort of template, um, and then talk about the demo room a little bit more. Let's see. The outside space maybe doesn't need too much more work. Mainly just the grass and then some tweaks to the foliage. Um,
Wait, we have
and
like an outside space now? Oh, you mean for like the where you harvest the
yeah, for the
corn?
harvesting tutorial. It's also we just put that outside space in the demo, like outside of the demo room, so it kind of feels like those spaces are connected. Um, so
Yeah.
so that's like kind of gives it some consistency. Um, what else? Yeah, I brought the I kind of made changes because the 3D model for Gigi was really old, so that's why the face disappeared when I changed it. Um, because it was like super hacked and just like glued onto it. But now Gigi has like a floating animation where they just hover up and down, um, which is just basically like their permanent state of being a hovering robot. And they have a face again, um, and like edited some of the scripts so that the new like reference names and stuff are back to working. What else? We're gonna probably want to talk about the new model of the 3D printer. Um, and what else? Because the movement controls, we wanted to change that from like a bed slinger to XY movement on the extruder. Technically XYZ, so the extruder also moves up and down. Um, so that has some implications for the way that the 3D model is kind of like made as to what parts need to move so it kind of makes sense visually. Um, but that shouldn't be a huge like obstacle. And then we'll do some visits of the feedback that we got from my friend and see if there's things that we could change on that end as well.
Yeah, there's definitely some stuff with the physics to change with that.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, what I'm thinking is like one other thing that's come up multiple times is like it's hard to like place like the row close together. So I
Mm-hmm.
think that's what I'm gonna focus on fixing.
Yeah. So now let's get this overlay enabled. Is there a way to? Oop. Let me look at this package in its manual really quick, just to get this configured the right way. Installation. Okay. Guess I could just run this in the terminal. Is that just it loading? Do I need to click on something here? Because it's showing like a test scene. How do I actually the,
Which
the
project?
GUI? This is for the overlay
Alright.
software.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Is it like testing? And this is tough because I can't really share my screen on my Steam Deck right now. um, I guess I could try and remote into it and then share that, but that probably will cause a little bit of overhead. for now, I guess if I do this. Where's the cursor? All right. I'll just try this in the game really quick and see what I get. I guess I could try it. I could try and remote into the Steam Deck here. Here, let me go into the terminal. No, remoting into it won't work. Unfortunate. Alrighty. Into the game we go.
So let me just like look over this stuff for a second. So like there's like some steps to like make sure like we can reproduce it and like see changes and stuff like that.
Okay.
So I guess like the first thing is to navigate to the like it's near the folder with the log files. Here I'll put like the path in Discord.
Yeah.
And if that folder doesn't exist yet, I think it'll be created if you just run any of the builds.
Alrighty. Yeah, that's correct. So you have the instructions.txt. I guess I could read that.
Yeah.
There's any programs that won't be open during the demo. File explorers, text files, or find nav open. Run the main game build, change any setting, then close the game. Delete all JSON files. And then copy the rope sim repro. Oh, so these are like steps so that the game runs like consistently, like the runs are the exact same. So
yeah.
Oh, there's the overlay stuff. That's really funny that it took so long to start up. Okay, well at least I could just enable that. Oh, it opened all the times I clicked on it. That's funny. Oops. Let me close all of these. Oh, it only launched up twice.
Yeah, so for this like the like reproduction build, like it's kind of like a worst case test, and it's also like to try to be able to say like anti-aliasing, for example, like adds like or, like changes the frame rate by like 10 frames per second or that sort of thing, just to
Yeah. Let me restart
not
the
have to deal
Steam
with
Deck
variation.
because that like benchmarking overlay to enable it globally. I just had to restart really quick. Okay, so you want me to run the 4.3 build first, or like make sure it generates all of the like persistence data? And
You can just run the 4.4 builds. For me, those were like a tiny bit slower, but it's pretty negligible probably. So.
Okay, yeah. All right. Starting up. was a pretty fast restart. I'm gonna close Steam for this as well. And I'm also going to make sure this doesn't start up. There's like a startup program here that I had, but I don't need it. Settings. Let's quit that out. Is there anything else running in the background? It doesn't look like it. Okay. So let me go back to when I downloaded this. Alrighty. So I'm going to Godot 4.4 build. And then should I just launch main game and just launch the executable?
Yeah, launch that. And just like disable vsync.
Yeah.
And set up any like keybinds or anything you want, or like whatever you expect you'll use like in the demo.
Yeah. Now I should just be able to execute this as a program. And the overlays up on it too. Oh, I should have configured it to actually show frames per second. Oh, it's showing it. Okay. It's not showing like 1% lows and stuff like that though. Options, vsync, disable. This is nice. It's running at like over 300 frames per second
Nice.
for the main menu, which is 3 primitives. So, all right, so I'm going to quit out
Yeah,
now,
yeah.
now that it's generated that save data.
Oh, and did you copy the that JSON file and rename it?
I didn't yet because I wanted to launch it up so that it would create
Oh
the
yeah, create the folder.
user directory. Yeah. Um, let's see. Now I'm going to go to that user folder. Show hidden folders. This is gonna.
So don't actually delete the global settings, if it
Okay.
just created that folder.
Godot app user data, layer by layer. Oh, I wonder. I'm gonna wipe the app user data folder really quick and do that again because I did launch up the project in the editor and it created a layer by layer data folder. So I'm actually gonna clean that up, like the entire app user data directory, and just not open the editor until this profiling is done, just so it's more consistent. And so I'm not
Okay.
confused as to which files were from what. Okay, let's go here and launch this up again. Okay, options, disable vsync. Then quit out. Okay, now there's a layer by flare folder and it was created just now. So you didn't want me to delete the global settings.json since this is fresh.
Yeah, if you just set just so you don't have to like disable vsync again.
Yeah, okay. So now I
And
go
then
back to
copy
what
and
you
paste
shared,
the
the repro
yeah,
file, right?
yeah, and just remove the one at the end of it.
Okay. Going to paste. Rename the file so that there's no number at the end. Is that
Yeah.
correct? Okay. So ropesim
Mhm.
repro.json. So now that's
Yep.
living in the app user data layer by layer folder. Then what's next? Run the main game build and disable vsync. Change other settings.
Yeah, you already did that, so you can run the reproduction build
Yeah. So when I
on like
go
the
back
4.4.
to Godot 4.4, there's a reproduction Linux folder. You're talking about the one in there.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so let me make sure that this binary is executable as a program. Okay, so now I just don't touch anything.
So yeah, when it starts, I mean, like what I do when I want to build is I just like click on it just to make sure it has OS focus.
Mm-hmm.
But like don't click anything or move the camera.
Yeah, I'm pretty
So
sure
it's
it's in focus already since it's borderless windowed, so it just kind of popped up in the front.
yeah, yeah.
And like I see it moving and stuff like that. It's the only window I could see.
Okay. So it'll take like 5 minutes to finish that.
And does it save the profile to a log file that you could look at or something?
Yeah, yeah, just the normal Godot log
Yeah.
file, which
With
is
vsync disabled, this started at this scene at like 260 FPS, and now like a little bit later into it, it's at like 170, 160.
okay. Yeah, it's gonna get worse over time. Like towards the end of it, it'll be
Yeah. This is
worse.
basically like a recording of your gameplay, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I recorded it before changes to the where the bed doesn't move,
Mm-hmm.
so it's a little bit different from what I did, but it's
Yeah. Wait,
yeah,
so is this version has the just the extruder moving and the bed stationary? Is that what you're saying?
yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
okay. Yeah, this whole system, I know it's like for testing, but it would be cool to have a replay system in the game for what the players made, so we could repurpose this.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I just have to. I think I would just have to add like other buttons to the things that get saved, like resetting it or that sort of thing, but
Yeah.
it's probably not too complicated to add that.
It looks like you've already done all the complicated stuff.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's not that complicated because like you just have to save the RNG seed and the inputs.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah, I guess a better way to do a demo like replay would be like kind of at a tick rate, not actually just try and recreate the exact inputs. I don't know. I guess that'd be similar to like I don't know how like Counter Strike does their demos, but it is kind of like that, isn't it? It's like saving the state of
yeah,
all the things
mhm.
in the scene. At I think I think their default is like I don't know like 24 ticks per second. So it's like more of an approximation, but it's like a replay, but you could actually navigate it in the 3D space as like a spectator.
Oh, yeah.
Alrighty. At this point in time, we're starting to see like 108 frames per second. Sometimes it dips below into sub 100 frames per second. So what were the video optimized or graphics optimizations that you like came across?
So the default so the meshes for the like rope like um like generated by Godot and the defaults for them just had like too many triangles,
Mm-hmm.
and I guess the um mainly the shadows for that were slow.
Yeah.
um so kind of just like reducing that and trying to make those meshes kind of like fit together better, I guess,
Yeah.
so it doesn't like look too much worse.
Yeah. When the camera goes back and shows more of the extrusion, it's dipping to like 70, 80. But when the camera moves forward past the extrusion, we're back in like 150, 170.
Yeah, it's probably gonna go below 60, but I don't think that's too big an issue because
This is
it's
a
not
worst
really
case
realistic.
scenario. Yeah.
The Yeah.
Honestly, I'm okay with like the performance just kind of showing like it seems when the player tries to break it. I always actually kind of found that like a fun part of playing games. Um, an example of that is in like the first Halo game. It's like there's like blood splatter decals when you like shoot enemies and stuff like that. Have you played like the original Halo games?
No, I haven't.
So it's like, shooting aliens and stuff. But you can like when there's like a dead body of one of the aliens, you can like melee the body and like blood splatter will come out of it. And it'll just like paint decals on the floor below it. And you could keep doing that forever and it'll keep adding more and more decals. Um
Oh.
and it's like, it's like purple blood splatter. It's not anything. That game was rated M at the time, which is really funny because it's not really like it's most of the Halo games are now like rated T for teen. Also, now the extruder is parked up above the waypoint, and it's not doing anything. Does that
Yeah,
mean
you can close
test?
it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to make sure it doesn't sit there too long. So I'm gonna quit to main menu and then quit the game fully.
um so make a copy of the Godot.log, um which is there should be a logs folder in that layer by layer folder.
In the user data folder, like a user folder.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um, there's rope sim repro and rope sim repro modify. Oh, is there inside the logs folder? I'm guessing.
Yeah.
So there's Godot.log and then there's Godot.log with like a string of like I'm guessing time information.
Yeah, so Godot.log is the most recent one.
Oh, okay. I see.
So make a copy of that and name it like anything to.
All right. Should I just rename this file? Are we gonna run this log, like run this test again?
Yeah, yeah, you can just rename it.
Let's rename. I was going to rename like Godot test one.
So the refresh rate on the monitor for that is like 60 at maximum, right?
Yes, yeah, it's the highest refresh
Okay.
rate on the standard Steam Deck, which is what we're targeting. Technically, the Steam Deck OLED does 90. Um, but I mean, that's fine. It doesn't. The game doesn't have to run at 90.
Yeah.
If it does, I mean, if it does right now, and people want to enable it, like it's totally up to them.
I
Um,
mean,
so
yeah. Like right now, like we don't have like set like user interface for changing like the graphics settings, so I'm kind of just like focusing on
yeah,
choosing the
um,
settings for this.
yeah, and changing refresh rates that's done in the Steam, like at the Steam level of at like the OS level. They have a little menu in SteamOS that lets you change a bunch of things. You could throttle down your CPU to like find a more appropriate TDP for the CPU, depending on like if you're playing like a AAA game, then you could crank it, and if you're playing like a super light 2D game and you want to get more battery life, you could basically downclock it. I think the lowest is like 6 watts, which is kind of crazy.
Oh,
Um,
yeah.
the happy middle ground for most people in terms of battery life versus performance is 9 watts. You start getting diminishing returns anything above 12. Um, I think SteamOS the last update actually limited the kind of default maximum to 14 because they found 15 doesn't really do much good. Um, so yeah. Okay, so I've renamed that log. Should I just keep it in the folder that it was left in since it's just going to make a new
Um,
one?
yeah, you can just leave it there. Well, I guess like what was the lowest that the frame rate got?
From what I saw, it was in the neighborhood of 70.
Okay, nice.
Should I just run it again, the same exact thing, or should I change a setting and then run it?
Well, so does that tend to like heat up over time or slow down over time or anything?
Does what tend to heat up and slow down over time?
The Steam Deck.
Um, Not from what I've seen, especially since
Okay.
again that like that thermal window tries to keep things pretty low. Like the Steam Deck will get warm, but I've never had it straight up. I think well, if I were to think about it, and this is like an edge case sort of thing, the thing that actually will cause a performance penalty in terms of like causing the Steam Deck to throttle is when you're running an intensive game. So say like a PS4 AAA title or something, and you're letting a Steam game update or download in the background. Um,
Um,
because then it has to like decompress the downloaded files at the same time as running a game in which it's probably also decompressing textures and stuff. Um, so that's caused like hitch-ups, and in games that are twitching, I was like, oh, that's it feels really bad right now. It feels like there's like just a lot of stutter. You're already when you're trying to play a AAA game on the Steam Deck, you're always living in the world of making compromises of like, yeah, like I could go on my desktop and play this game at like a full 60 frames per second, but on the Steam Deck, I'll just kind of have to live with it being at like 30 or 40. Um, and so when you do get a performance penalty at those lower, those quote unquote cinematic frame rates, those like dips in performance are much more noticeable, right? So it's if you're getting like 30 frames per second on average, but when it is dipping or throttling or hitching, it dips down to like 15. Like that's a lot bigger of a difference than when you're playing at 60 and every once in a while you get a dip to like 40, right? Um, so that would
yeah.
be the most like kind of demanding scenario. I mean, I'm gonna be not in a place like I'm not going to be on my home Wi-Fi, nor am I going to be downloading data. I probably won't even be hooked up to local Wi-Fi unless I need to like grab a build or something. But then I'm not going to leave Steam running in the background updating games or whatever. This is a pretty fresh install of ArchOS as well, so I don't really have games installed. I have like two. Um, so yeah, I don't think we're going to run into any sort of performance degradation over time.
Okay,
It's
good.
pretty good at handling that pretty consistently as a handheld. Um,
Um, I
so
don't
yeah,
know, like, or go ahead.
what?
Uh, Um, so one thing we could try is increasing the anti-aliasing. I don't know like how noticeable the aliasing looks on that right now.
Okay. So in order to generate, I should go back to main game, change the setting, and then copy over the global settings file into
Um,
production.
I'm actually gonna have to send you another build
Okay.
to do that.
For anti-aliasing, do you mean like FSRs, like super sampling anti-aliasing?
Well, right now it's using like 4 times
MSAA.
multi-sampling
Okay.
anti-aliasing.
Yeah.
Um, Like at least to me, it looks better with 8 times, but it's like a lot slower. So I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, multi-sampling anti-aliasing is going to be a huge. It's just a performance hog, right? Graphically, um, FSR2 um, will probably get you better results for less overhead in general.
Yeah,
But
you could try running it again with we have a setting already for the
yeah, because we already have
um
the slider for that. So do I change things in main game and then bring over the global settings file into repro,
yeah,
or
you can just change them in main game and then you don't need to
oh, it
do
drops from
anything
the same
directly with
user folder?
files.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, yeah, let me do that. Okay, options. Yeah, I'm just gonna crank FSR 2.2 all the way up to the maximum. I think it's like set to 150 or 200%.
Okay. Yeah.
200%, come on. 200%. So now it's super
Yeah, I
sampling.
mean, for me that like really kills performance, but I think like Steam Deck might like it you said it has like an APU instead of like a GPU.
Mm-hmm.
That honestly might be like free on that for all I know. I don't know.
Yeah. So I'll try. I'm gonna run the repro executable right now, and let you know how it goes. Performance is already significantly degraded. I wonder if it's like linear with or like a perfect correlation with the curve of like what was going on before. What's nice though about this on the Steam Deck at least, and maybe it's because of the way that the this is technically, while it has less graphical horsepower than my gaming desktop, it has more modern hardware which supports more modern like OS level and software features, right? Like FSR. I think my graphics card, first of all, it's an NVIDIA graphics card, and it's the last generation of NVIDIA graphics cards that's like basically a second citizen. What's the phrase? it's like a it's not like a first class citizen of Linux right now, because Nvidia's drivers, they kind of said like the RTX generation is the generation where we start actually caring about the Linux like kernel and like the drivers for it. So when I'm looking at the like the GPU like frequency graph or whatever, it's extremely flat on the Steam Deck. Even though performance is worse, even though instead of being in like the hundreds of frames per second, it started at 90 frames per second, the frame times are extremely stable. I can imagine that the 1% lows here are not nearly as drastic as I was getting on my gaming desktop. So if this runs at okay, it's not going to run at 300 frames per second at like the full super sampling, but it's going to stick to like a consistent window of like 70 to 90 is like it kind of speaks to some of the weird nuances about the performance of these machines. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I
Um,
wonder what the worst case will be like. Like if the worst case is like the same as the
if the worst case is
yeah.
above 60 still, like I do hear
Yeah,
the
yeah.
fan. The fan is cranked. And the GPU temp is 76 degrees Celsius. And it's running at like around it's like the clock speeds on the GPU are running quite high. I'm seeing peaks of like 2500 megahertz when I think SteamOS would cap it
Oh,
at if you could leave it uncapped, but if you want really stable frame times, it'll be like 1600 megahertz at the top. But it's just peaking at 25 and then it's dropping down to like 1600, 1700. Um, Now we're starting to see a little bit of instability in that GPU frequency graph, or is that the frame time graph? Um, let's see what else we got. Oh, that might actually be the CPU frequency. So that makes sense that it's going up to 2.5 gigahertz. It went up to 3.2, so it must have like boosted a little bit. Oh, I can't actually see. I think is that total package wattage? 10.11, 12 watts is what it's running at. That might just be the the CPU. Total system power might be much higher. I can imagine it being somewhere closer to like 15-20 watts. Um,
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. The fans didn't really turn on last time, right?
no, well, maybe I just wasn't paying attention because I'm wearing headphones, but I heard it through the headphones, which I guess kind of speaks to itself. Also, the device is plugged in to power, right? So I don't know if my operating system is enabling um, any sort of power management in when plugged in. Um, Now we're dipping below 60 frames per second at this point in time. Oh, but as soon as you're not looking at the giant mess of filament, it goes back up to like 80. See, let me just pay attention to what the lowest will be on the average frames per second. I think I saw 48, but it goes back up to like 90. And again, this is with 200% super sampling on FSR 2.2.
Yeah.
46, 45, 46, 45. It's hovering around there when looking at most of the mess. Oh, we're down at 36 when the camera's also like up close to these things. I should also probably run this against my desktop to see if there's any weird anomalies. And what I can do at some point is I could just like screen record this with the overlay on it so you could see what I'm talking about, like with context.
Yeah, I
At some
mean,
point in time.
yeah, I think it's fine. Um, I think like just knowing the general frame rate is enough information because we just got to get it over the threshold.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's the end. It's parked over the waypoint. So we got a
Okay.
low of, I think I said 36 or something to that effect.
Yeah.
At its worst.
Yeah.
So, I mean, not bad. So I'm going to rename this one FSR 200% or something. Rename Godot.
I'm gonna put a link to another build with 8 times multi-sampling.
Okay. So this one's Godot Test 2 FSR 200. I'm going to rename Godot Test 1 to like Test 1, basically default settings. Or just VSync disabled. Default. Because that was our baseline
Yeah.
test.
Yeah.
You're sending over a new build now?
Yeah, I put that in the programming channel.
Oh, okay. Let's download that. Yeah, I don't even think I have Discord installed on the Steam Deck, so I'm just transferring it over through the server.
Oh.
Okay, there's that. It's downloaded. And then downloads. Oops, let me actually copy this. Paste this back. So I could also run these same tests on my PC as well. Yeah, but this is like totally not related to the game at all. The NAS server that I'm like housing for my friend, but also have like a 12 terabyte drive in it is sick. It's like super cool.
Oh.
It's really nice to have, and it'll make our sort of stuff easier if we leverage it as well.
Yeah. What kind of um storage does it have?
It's got a like a 3.5 inch like hard disk drive, but it's like a NAS drive. So, you know, it's like a HDD storage, so it's like spinning disk storage, but it's like fast enough. Like I wouldn't be I don't think I would be like editing footage off of it or anything like that, or like playing games off of it. It is actually at 7200 RPM, which is kind of surprising because I'm pretty sure actually the hard drive in my that was like a hand me down into my girlfriend's PC is 7200 RPM as well. Um, so I mean, technically, albeit I wouldn't be like loading like GTA 5 off of it, technically could game off of it. It's more, I guess, limited by my local. Well, I've got my PC and the NAS hooked up via Ethernet, so that's at least a 2.5 gigabit per second connection. So technically, I could probably game off of it. Um,
Yeah, I mean that's kind of a lot of storage. Like,
yeah, exactly.
yeah,
It's it's for kind of for the long term, you know, as well. Um, so that's also part of it. But yeah, 12 terabytes for, well, I think it added up to about $250. Um, and then this also has M.2 drive, so I could have like a solid state cache for files that need to be accessed quickly. Um, so
yeah,
yeah, super cool stuff. I've allocated for our like shared folder on my drive 2 terabytes, but I don't think the project would ever get that big.
yeah,
Um, but I was just like, yeah, it's a lot just in case, whatever. Okay, let me grab this and download the file. I also like will like basically shadow play like highlights or funny moments when me and my friends are playing games as well, and that does actually tend to add up. It's not anywhere in the terabytes fashion yet, um, but it's added up to like 150 gigs of like Lethal Company highlights or whatever. Um, so also having a place to grab that and pull it if I wanted to actually like edit something or like put on YouTube or even just share with them is pretty cool. Doesn't have to live on my like I have two SSDs on my PC. So one's like the boot SSD and I have another one just for like media. Um, but both of them are totally eaten up by games. Like games are just huge.
yeah,
So those get filled up quite a bit. And that's fine. Um, but being able to offload like footage and media that doesn't need to be accessed super quickly or with like good random rewrite speeds is pretty nice. Okay, so
yeah.
let me extract the zip of the MSAA build. Let me actually rename this MSAA build. And then do I need to clear the user data?
Nope. You can just run that build once you download it.
Oh, okay. Let me give it execute permissions. All right, and it's running. I guess is this
Yeah.
MSAA and the last video settings, so also FSR
Oh, yeah. You might
2.2
want to
and 100.
disable, and then relaunch it.
I guess if I'm stress testing, this is an even technically more demanding
Well,
scenario,
it
or would
was
they
already
conflict?
kind of too much, so
I'm just gonna let it run since I already started it, because it started at around the same FPS. I'm wondering if it actually decided to choose one over the other. I don't know if you could have both of those at the same
um,
time, both multi-sampling anti-aliasing and FSR.
I assume you can, because at least it costs frame rate when I tested that.
Yeah, this is well below 60, I guess. It started at
Yeah,
90 at like its at first load, and then dipped to 70 on the first couple lines, and now is dipped below 60. Um, I'll just let this play out, and I'll rename this test so that you could see it if you like, just in case or
Okay.
whatever. Just because
Yeah,
it's,
like
it's already logged.
yeah, I mean another thing to like try to like note is like how it looks. Like, because if it doesn't make a visual difference and it's slower, then
Yeah, that's the kind of thing with some of this is the resolution of the Steam Deck is 1280 by 800 because it's a 16 by 10 display. Um, Most games, like they're just aiming for standard widescreen 16 by 9 displays, so it'll just kind of crop the top and bottoms, so it's 1280 by 720. Um, it's a pretty low resolution, and the screen is like the pixel density isn't also it's not super dense either. Um, so I mean, my gaming desktop, the primary monitor that I game on is 1440p. So I never need to really run anti-aliasing of any sort on my gaming desktop, just because a 1440p like gaming monitor is like pretty dense. You don't really see pixel jagginess, or at least in
yeah,
motion and stuff. So it does tend to the Steam Deck does tend to be the one place where I actually try and enable anti-aliasing to see. Um, Also, Steam OS has its own like FSR filter basically that runs agnostic of the game.
oh
I don't know if that. I think the in-game implementations, because like more recent titles will have more recent implementations of FSR, um, will yield marginally better performance. Um, but that's more of like, again, like a lot of the when you're trying to eke out performance out of the Steam Deck, it's because you're running a more like demanding AAA title that's really graphically intense. Not necessarily something you do for indie titles. For the most part, for simpler indie, low poly, pixel art 2D games or whatever, um, instead of tweaking to try and get as many frames as possible, you actually tweak down to try and get as much battery life as possible.
yeah,
Um, so like a game like Celeste, right, 2D platformer, you could basically turn all the settings to its lowest, like run the GPU at like basically like 400 megahertz and the CPU at like 6 watts, and then you get like you're able to play Celeste for like a full 8 hours, like actually playing it, um, which is like nice, but that's like that's a different performance target that you're tweaking for versus like trying to run, I don't know, like Last of Us or something, or like Ghost of
yeah,
Tsushima. Um,
yeah. I mean, I think our game's kind of in a weird place because, like, for the rope simulation, there's just so many meshes that it's kind of heavy.
mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah. Let's see. Is this in? Yeah, that's like that. That's why. Oh, hello, Actionette. We have a chatter in the stream. I had a file browser open, so it was it was covering the chat, but I just wasn't watching it. It's like usually no one watching these streams quite yet. Um,
yeah, when I streamed, it was, I think it's just like that when you start at least.
yeah, it takes time. I mean, I was pretty lucky when I first started streaming on this channel. I was able to build up an audience because it was during COVID and everybody's watching Twitch streams at any time. It would help if I wasn't streaming just in the like game development category. That's probably why private software had to shift so much to like actually just like playing games on stream and doing the development, like using the game streaming funding as a way to fund the game development. It's because this is not a it's not a category that sees like nearly as many um audience members.
Yeah,
Okay, so that's a like super worst case scenario. I'm gonna get those logs off of here. Action says I bounce around software game development streams from time to time. You saw the little Arch logo, so you stopped by. Yeah, so I'm running Yeah, just stock Arch Linux. And actually, I'm testing a Steam Deck right now that is also running stock Arch Linux, and we're doing some performance profiling for a game right now. I have no way to share the screen of the Steam Deck, so it's literally just me like looking at a blank scene in Godot right now, or just like our main game scene. Let me rename this log. I was gonna try and just like RDP into it, um, to like remote desktop into it, but it's I don't know. My computer and the Steam Deck do not get along with remote desktop. Um, so let me rename this file. This is Godot. I guess I could rename this one FSR plus MSAA. And now let me go into the main game build and then turn off FSR.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, thanks for the follow. You run stock Arch on all of your PCs. Yeah, it's great. It's fun. I guess Casey, if you're ever at a point where you're tired of all of Microsoft shenanigans, I could help you out on that front. But then again, I guess there seems to be a fair amount of Linux shenanigans happening right now.
I mean, yeah, Linux just is kind of like, it looks like a lot to learn how to use that like on a daily basis.
PewDiePie is learning how to use Linux. He built a gaming PC not too long ago, and he installed like Bazzite Linux on it or something. I don't. The last time I watched PewDiePie's videos was he got into like rock climbing or whatever, and that's like my hobby of choice as well. Um, but yeah, there's like someone on like some YouTube channel was like, this is kind of crazy because PewDiePie does have a decent amount of reach, especially in like the gaming community. Um, and that could like, it's just like another thing where people are talking about, is this actually the year where like Linux actually becomes more mainstream than it has been and isn't just like this niche thing for weird nerds. Um, so that was that's interesting. Um, I actually was
Yeah.
running that version of Linux on the Steam Deck, so it was kind of initially built as like a way to uh, it was kind of built from the ground up to be super Steam Deck compatible, Bazzite Linux, and also to kind of ease people into like a version of Linux that has like a lot of safeties in place. SteamOS, I guess, is like the most safe. It's an immutable operating system. So you could like you basically by default don't have read write access to like the OS's file system. And every time SteamOS has an update, it basically wipes that like anything that you read or wrote to the file system. Um, Other than a very limited set of sandbox apps. Bazzite tries to do something like called like cloud native uh, development, so or cloud native operation, which is something that I couldn't really get my head around. I think I don't know. I guess like imagine if your operating system and all of its packages ran through a Git repo. It's basically like the oversimplified way to talk about Bazzite, because that's basically what happens. Is every time you update, it's like checking the update like to a commit history that like kind of phones back to their original repos. So that lets you write, and then you're basically like creating these commits whenever you're writing to these packages. This is all done automatically. You're not manually doing this. Um, but it's weird. Like I don't know, I just found it very weird and strange. And so I just like went with kind of a more bare distro that I was familiar with. And the reason why I didn't just do Arch Linux, which is basically the exact opposite. Like the whole like philosophy of Arch is, first of all, it's very community based, but second of all, it's very much so like here's your system. You could do whatever you want to it. You could even utterly break it and destroy it if you're not careful. Um, but luckily, it's since there's such a huge community behind it, the documentation is just some of the best, I think, in the world, of any piece of software, the Arch Wiki. So it's like, okay, like, yeah, good luck if you break it, that's your fault. But we have a wiki article where other people talk about like ways to avoid that and ways to get around it and stuff like that. And the reason why I didn't use Arch on the Steam Deck to begin with is because the drivers were still like not fully covered. So I mean, with the Steam Deck, it's not like a PC where it's kind of expected for you to have a keyboard and mouse at the ready. It's got a touch screen, um, and it's got the built-in controls and trackpads. Those needed to be brought in by like Valve's own Jupyter repo with those like kind of very specific drivers. Otherwise, like there are times, and there were times for a while where I still was configuring this thing like earlier this month, where I was just kind of shit out of luck with like the stock controls not working properly because basically like the joystick basically acts as a mouse. It's like kind of like a joy to mouse system, and because of some of the weird hacks that Valve has had to do to kind of fake the joystick and trackpads to act like a mouse cursor and like their keyboard implementation for their on-screen keyboard, sometimes it didn't work when I was configuring it, and I had to make sure that I had like kind of more robust systems in place. But before that, there was like the caveat where you'd go to the wiki article on how to get the Steam Deck to run stock Arch, and it had like a table of things that were working, and it's like, oh yeah, the display works. Oh yeah, the speakers work. Oh no, the Wi-Fi chip, we don't have like appropriate support for it yet, so it just doesn't have Wi-Fi. I was just like, nope,
Oh,
like I'm not gonna run like a gaming system and not be able to connect to the internet, especially if it's a Steam
yeah.
device and I'm like downloading and installing games almost purely through the internet and not through like, I don't know, like a disc or like physical files. Um, if I just like made it an emulation machine and I just like I have like a ROM library on an SD card, that's fine. Don't need internet for that really. But then I would need to download the emulator somehow. So I like kind of in the back of my mind kept those um like just checked on it every once in a while to be like, can I actually just install Arch on this? Um that way, like, due to Arch's sort of vulnerability, not vulnerability in like a cybersecurity sense, but like its openness and freedomness, that actually makes things really simple. Um so things like installing apps and packages, Arch's package manager and the user repository of packages is extremely well covered. It's probably, oh, this test is now done. It just finished up. Like, if there's an app for Linux, the community behind the Arch Linux system have already packaged it. It's already basically readily available. And it's also, since it's like kind of meant to be a bleeding edge distro, it's it's also like everything is up to date. So I hit update, and honestly, the migration to Godot 4.4 was like, I mean, we were already talking about it because it's got some creature comforts for us, but also like when I created that branch, it's because I just updated my system and it just grabbed Godot 4.4. I didn't really,
Oh,
I didn't really make that choice consciously.
oh, that's
Um,
cool. Wait, so it had like the 4.3 editor and then I just installed the 4.4?
So I mean, I guess the simplification for a non-Linux user is the package managers basically work like an app store. Um, I guess like Fedora has its Fedora repos and it has their little app store of packages. Arch has the Arch repos as well as the Arch user repos, which are community-based packages. And it's literally one command. I just type in like just one command, and it just checks every single package on my system, including the system packages, and just updates them. Like maybe I have to
Nice.
confirm a few things or type in my password in case it needs root access for like sensitive, like my graphics drivers or whatever. To be like, hey, we're gonna update your graphics drivers. Like, are you sure you want to do this? And it's like, type in your password here. Um, but it just does that, and it doesn't force you to reboot. Although for like system packages, it's usually best case to just reboot anyways, just to like clear RAM and whatnot. Um, but yeah, it did that. I had gotten Godot from like the mono version of Godot 2 that we have from the repos, And then when I updated everything, it found that someone had updated the Godot build in the repo and just like grabbed it.
Nice.
So that's one of the cool things. Yeah, ActionNet in the chat says the AUR is one of the reasons to choose Arch. Um, there's like a little bit of a back and forth on that because again, with Arch Linux being its own like ultimately do whatever you want and you're the one who has to take responsibility. Um, user repository stuff doesn't really go through a system of checks. So someone could upload something malicious, but frankly, you technically you should be looking at all of the like build diffs and stuff before you do that. It's kind of one of those things where the power of it being mainly like open source stuff, um, and like the whole community centered aspect of it is very rare for something not to get reported or flagged like immediately when something is like definitely not working the way it's supposed to or something shady is happening. So I haven't. I mean, it's the same thing as if you just like download any sort of installer on like a Windows machine too. Um, you don't know if it's a malicious package. I mean, Windows Defender might flag it, but it's pretty easy to like code like to sign an MSI file or whatever, so it doesn't really like get caught by like Windows Defender or whatever. So it's kind of that same thing. Use your best judgment. There's like read on the comments of like a specific thing to see if it's already been downloaded by a lot of people. No, I think one of the things is like you could see like the upload and update date of all of like the AUR packages on the AUR website. So it's like if this user just made their account today, uploaded a bunch of weird like packages, and they've never worked on anything else, probably gives you an inclination that they might not be as trustworthy, um, just like any other person making software. So, yeah. All right, so that's all of the tests. So here I'm gonna rename this last Godot log.
Oh,
Godot. This was just MSA 8x8.
uh, I mean, it's in the log file, but did you notice if it was like pretty slow?
I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't paying that much attention to
Yeah, that's fine.
it.
I'll see that in the log file.
um, honestly, if they had dipped um as much, it it wasn't anything that was like I did notice like the fans spin up and so the system was under load, but it wasn't anything really more egregious than FSR plus MSAA. Okay,
Yeah, I
so
mean,
now I'm
for
just
me,
gonna
it was like
end these
a
two.
lot slower, but
When it was just MSA, it was a lot slower,
yeah.
but it was a lot slower while still maintaining like a pretty decent overall performance. So like it's not in like 300 frames per second territory anymore, but it's still like ranges from like 80 at the highs, which is like pretty impressive. But again, that's when it's basically looking at an empty scene down to like 30.
Oh, yeah, that's not very good.
So it's just
Like
a
it's
wide
and also
window.
it's just for sorry.
It's just a wide window, right? From 80 to 30. It's like a 50 frame per second
Yeah,
window or range. So let me
yeah,
upload these
and it
tests.
I don't think that's really worth it for just like slightly better anti-aliasing. So
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true.
um, so there is one other test, which is the just playing through the game. There's it'll log some information for that too.
Oh, okay. Should that be done through main game build?
Yep, yeah,
So
like
just
main game
4.4
Linux.
main game Linux. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Man, I wish there was a way to shit. I'm gonna. I had remote desktop working on this thing, and then it broke. And I have no idea why. I spent like hours, like first of all, hours getting it to work in the first place because the RDP protocol and the like what was it the VNC protocol for my like desktop to my Steam Deck is just like strange. Um, and then secondly, um, I like restarted the system and it like changed something. I technically do have a capture card, and that should be able to capture the Steam Deck's video without actually causing a performance impact because it's done on the capture card. It was initially for a KVM, but I actually don't think the KVM is required anymore. Let me try this. Because now we actually have someone on the stream watching, and I'm not allowed to be boring anymore. We should have something on this screen when I'm doing a video live stream. That's what that sounds like. Oopsies. Okay. Is this a USB plug? That is a USB plug. I have no idea if the drivers for this random capture card I got from Amazon are even gonna be supported by Arch Linux. I mean, it's supported on the Raspberry Pi. So give me a second. Give me a second. Let me get this HDMI plug plugged in the back here. I got my headphones off, so I can't hear you, Casey. My bad.
Okay.
Where's the graphics card? Like crawling behind the PC here for a second. Oh, like that might make my desktop flip out because it's adding a new video device, like hot plugged in an HDMI port. All right, let me get my headphones back on. Let me see if that'll just show up as a video source now in OBS. It might just pick it up, which would be pretty magical. All right, my headphones are back on. Display capture. Let me just type in Steam Deck capture. Is it actually showing up? No, that's the wrong one. Okay, it's not showing up.
And if you want to show something on the screen, you could also run one of the test builds like on your desktop.
Oh, that's true. I could just run it on my desktop as well. And profile from my desktop, which is, I guess, would be considered like a high-end machine. I think I just have to just make sure this display is configured in system settings. Although, I'm not entirely sure how that would work. This is like a USB capture card, and it's plugged in through a hub. Like the Steam Deck's plugged into a dock, and through the dock is the USB capture card. And to the capture card is the HDMI running to my PC. So where are we? Display and monitor. Oh, you know what? I would look at the system settings on my desktop. Let me just minimize all this. Here's where it should be showing up. And if it's not, then oh well, too bad. Okay, I'll just run these two tests in parallel then.
I mean, the next test is like you have to like actively play it, so
I
maybe
can't
try
run
one of
those
the
at the same time then.
yeah.
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 Then yeah, let me I mean, I do have my girlfriend right here who could also play the game. Oh, she just walked out of the room. She was busy doing something. Never mind. She does need to play test the game though. Because some of those Stardew-esque like farming sim, social sim aspects are because she's a huge fan of Stardew Valley. I'm not even that big of a fan of Stardew Valley. Like, but I understand that it's like a lot of fun and it's like a lot of people enjoy it, including my girlfriend. So, and it makes the game better. Like whether I like it or not, the game is just better because of those design things. So, It's one of those things
Yeah.
where I'm just like putting myself beside the art. So with this, I'm gonna save the project that I have here. I'm gonna close Godot entirely since I'm running off of the build. I guess this could close. What else do we have here? That's like, this could close. And I gotta go into the server and grab. So the version that I'm gonna be running is just from the GDC profile, right? And just like the regular main game. I'm probably gonna need
Yeah, I
to
guess for
clear.
the start.
Yeah. So let me extract this, and then let me also delete the user data now that this is my desktop that we're working with here.
Oh yeah, you'll need to also copy the repro file.
Oh yeah, and I still have that. So wait, do I need the reprofile if this next test is me playing? So isn't the repro mainly just
Oh, if you're gonna play it,
yeah?
but we should play it on the Steam Deck just to make sure that that doesn't have any performance issues. But you don't need that to play it.
Yeah. We're at the point where for both on desktop and on Steam Deck, I'm just gonna do the same test, which is like a playthrough.
Okay, yeah.
But it's interesting that my file manager doesn't have an option to just extract this. I have to look at it with my archiving software. Wait, what? Hold on, just 1 minute. Oh, this is because this is running on the this is on the storage server, that's why. That's why it's not letting me just extract it natively. Okay, here it is. Now I could just extract this here. My layer. Yeah, so there was a thing. Oh, I forgot how long ago this was. Um, let's see. It was before we updated to Godot 4.4. It was right when Playtest 2 came out. Um, I didn't run it on my PC. I actually ran it like on my Steam Deck when my friends playtested it in person. And what happened was I was like, okay, let me run this on my PC. And until I deleted all of the app user data, it would just crash like on the first bit of dialogue, which is really strange because I would play
Oh,
through the main menu and stuff. It would just randomly crash. I think I screenshotted the error message because I like ran it through the terminal and stuff. Um, but yeah, that was extremely strange. But I mean, I deleted the user data. It must have been something really old, like one of the persistence data things was just like having trouble, and then that never came back.
but it was crashing when Dialogic did stuff?
Yeah, it was
It's
weird.
really weird.
And then deleting the user data somehow fixed that. You know what? Because the first bit of dialogue has to do with the tutorial check. So changing one of those variables for tutorial check, even though there's no way to deny the tutorial in our build right now. Yeah, it was. I have no idea. So
Yeah.
Godot 4.4 builds, main game Linux. I'm just going to make this executable. Oops. Make this executable. And then run it. All right. Well, now at least on the stream, people can see things happening. I do have the profiler here. I could share my screen. I guess you could also watch it on Twitch.
Yeah, maybe I'll watch this stream to just so it adds less overhead.
There's probably going to be a really annoying stream delay for you since you're going to hear me live. You can just mute the stream, so you don't get like a weird echo. I think I have VSync enabled. I'm going to disable it. Yeah. It seems to be running. Wait, so you could already see on the GPU graph, it's like a sawtooth wave. I don't know if you're loaded up into the stream yet, so it might take you a second. Whereas
Yeah.
on the Steam Deck, that's a flat line on the same exact build, the same exact executable. So it might be something where my GPU drivers for NVIDIA on Linux just are a little bit worse.
I mean, I think there's like that kind of level of variation on my computer too.
I'm also getting CPU utilization is fairly high, but that also could be because I'm live streaming at the same time, which is pretty demanding. Um, OBS says on its stats that CPU utilization is 47.5. And then this is probably total CPU utilization on the top left here. So I guess you could kind of average it out to say the game is utilizing, what, 47, 68, about 10% CPU, and that's kind of ignoring system resources. Let's play the game. Oh, you think it's causing the stream to drop frames? The bitrate is now so high. Yeah, I think I am dropping frames. Is it bad? How bad is it?
Yeah, for me it's
I've got a
oh
fix for that actually. To actually just go to a window capture instead. Because the screen share, again, this is like an X11 Linux thing. Is this the right window? This is probably going to be much, much better. I don't know what it is with Linux OBS's screen share. It's bad. Like it's really bad on performance. Now I'm back. Yeah, this going to a window share on OBS is for something like this is just way better. It must be have something to do with Vulkan rendering or something. You could also see that actually helped with the GPU utilization graph as well. When I swapped to Wayland, I stopped having that issue. I think I had issues with Wayland with my 3D printer slicer. Again, because I'm using an NVIDIA GPU. If I have money, I would love to upgrade to the 90, like the 9000 series AMD GPUs that just came out and are actually at a decent price and might actually be in stock using a 3060. Yeah, and that has better Wayland support out of the box. I think the GTX 1080 I have is just a little bit too old. It does support Wayland. I had to change some environment variables, but it was kind of yeah. NVIDIA GPU still with some stuff is like kind of rough with like an older GPU like mine. Let's see. Okay, let's get into the game. I need to change this font. You're going all AMD on your next PC build? Yeah, same. I've got a Ryzen 3700X in here, which is like old, but it's still fine, especially with this kind of work. So yeah, let's go through this tutorial. Okay, I'm gonna skip through the dialogue. I've also, oh, you didn't move it here. I moved it in the more recent build. Let's see. Skip through the dialogue. It's running nice and smoothly. This is VSync disabled. It's like 170 frames per second. I mean, you could see the Mango HUD overlay, so
yeah, that's while you're streaming, so
that's true. That's also why I'm streaming. Trying to remember which encoder I'm using. The graphics card has the built-in NVENC encoder, which should definitely take a lot of resources off from, you know, regular graphics performance. I guess with the newer AMD card, I could use AV1 encoding, which is also, there's hardware encoding for that as well in those cards, which would, and also it's a better like ratio of like bitrate to quality with AV1 encoding. It's like the hot new thing. Twitch supports it. I don't think YouTube does. So
yeah. I mean, I think also having Discord open,
I mean, at least I'm not
probably adding some overhead.
screen sharing on Discord.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes for me, it's kind of weird. It's like kind of spiky, just having Discord open. I don't know.
That's interesting. Yeah, and I think I have a browser open in the background as well. That would probably be taking up a lot of CPU and RAM resources. I have 32 gigs of RAM though, so my browser might be eating up half of that, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see like what the impact of the game is, like once it starts, like especially in like the bin level and that sort of thing where you print a lot.
A lot of like
Hopefully that
overlapping
doesn't.
stuff too. It's,
Yeah,
I guess let me test this here. It's interesting that the performance dips. So this isn't a complex scene per se. Maybe because this mesh is opaque that it has to do a little bit more work. It is slower just zoomed in, which is funny because there's technically less on screen, but more of what's on screen is actually the extruded filament. So this is actually a lower performance profile when I'm zoomed in right up next to the filament, as opposed to zoomed out where I still see all of the filament plus technically other things. So I'm wondering what's happening there. Did you kind of see that
yeah,
on the mango head graph that I would be at 130 here?
yeah. Hopefully it's not the filament, because if it is, then like this isn't much filament to have doing that. It
When
could
I
just be
go,
like zooming in on the shadows or something like
it could
that,
be the
maybe.
shading. It could be the fact that the filament is updating its material depending on whether it's in and out. So the green versus the red. Um, that like if I cut out the red, well, first of all, this is 120 now. I think it's the shading more than anything. Um, because it's like in shadow. If I could find a way to,
Oh, it's probably the multi-sampling anti-aliasing is covering more of the
oh,
screen.
I'm running main game build. Is it
Yeah, that has the
that has MSAA on? Oh, okay.
yeah, just less
Especially at
than the
1440p, that's a lot of pixels to multi-sample 8 times
yeah.
over. Um, so that'll be interesting. Let's, there's got to be a better way to teach people how to bridge like that. That's like a special technique almost. Um, and it also involves clipping into the print itself with the extruder, which I don't know if we're
Yeah,
still planning on doing collision on that. If it is, then
I
that won't
mean,
really be a valid strategy.
yeah, I'm hoping that I'll be able to make it so you can like print inside of other filament and it'll just like um kind of like form a bridge that way because that'll also help with being able to print like close together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And maybe you'll still be able to break it by like putting like some force into it and like kind of pushing through the other side, like when you print, like crash into the other side.
Yeah. Yeah, that too, the ending as well. Um, so what we can do from like a great design and world building standpoint is what we're doing is we're actually programming the pathways of the print in like a simulation. So this is all just a simulation and we're basically like it's like one of those learning robots where it's like you show them what to do and then it like grabs the stuff like in a off the shelf and it's like just gonna mimic in real life what you're gonna do and do some extra mathematics to make sure it's like safer, I guess. So then we don't have to really worry too much about a lot of the physical constraints. I mean, I guess we could also just ignore them in our fake world, like whatever, it's a video game. But that could be a way where it's like, oh, stuff is gonna clip and it's gonna look like fake or whatever, like, and just look a
Yeah.
little bit different. That material needs to be copied over, but that's okay. I'll fix that later. Um, but that was one of those things where it's like that could be kind of like a design cop out. So yeah. Let's see. Okay, so here's
Yeah,
the
I mean,
bin. GPU is just pinned at 100, and yeah. PC. I mean, my CPU is at 92 degrees right now.
oh, um,
I don't know if that's actually an accurate reading, but it is pretty warm down there, and I probably should like go at it with a dust can. Can't like canned air to get some of the dust. It's been a while since I've dusted my PC. Um, my CPU is throttling at 92 degrees right now, or is that the GPU? It says throttling on the. Oh, you can see on the GPU graph as well. I'm getting some thermal throttling. My PC did like actually power off when playing Grounded, which is a game that makes my PC run really hot for some reason. I mean, it's
oh,
a pretty graphically intense game, I guess, and it's like an open world game. I'm hosting a server because I'm playing it with my girlfriend or whatever. So that's
did
definitely worth
did
considering.
CPUs like when yours like was made? Was that before they started um like being like almost impossible to like overheat like from like because like right now they have like thermal protection stuff.
The CPU is it's not that old to where it doesn't have thermal protections. That's why it shut off. Was like because of thermal protections. It was throttling and stuff, and then I guess what also is the case is my desktop PC is is not in a really good place with good airflow. So so it just got really hot. It's like there's like a thing over it basically. It's basically like inside of a side table. Like that's where my desktop is next to my desk. So some hot air could kind of build up in like a little cavity above it. So um, if I were to just hold up a fan, it would go back to probably like I think I did install some more fans into this case, and also why I need to dust it because it actually doesn't have very good air intake. Um, and at idle could get it running. This was back when I had Windows on it though. At like just like idle 60 degrees across the board, 60 degrees Celsius, which is like totally within normal operating temperatures. Um, so yeah, just
Yeah,
this PC just needs a dusting. Steam Deck is doing better on that, but it's also like kind of tuned for like handheld use. Although it's almost exactly the same operating system, um, just not using so many of the packages and doesn't have as many things installed. So actually, this is kind of a better comparative kind of test between these two systems. Um, that's kind of that's interesting. So I think the biggest thing I'm learning. Oh, the table mesh is here still. Um, also, I don't know what that like tower over there. Oh, that's the what you use as like
oh,
a reference for movement, huh? For this build, because it was originally the
you
bed I
know,
was
I
building.
think yeah, the table. I think this isn't on the development branch. I think I accidentally built it with the like I added it to the generic printer level for the
Yeah.
reproduction build, so I guess I got into this one.
Oh, we're getting an ad break. Okay. Sorry. Some people they get ads that aren't nearly as long for the ad break, so maybe you'll get a short skippable one. What this is saying actually from a performance standpoint isn't necessarily that my GPU is significantly worse than the Steam Deck in terms of being able to perform. It's that Godot's getting performance degradation that's very heavily dependent on resolution. So like if I plug my deck like into this dock and then I dock it to this monitor, it will try and run the game at 1440p, and it will probably perform significantly worse than my like dedicated GPU and stuff like that. I think that's the real case.
Yeah, I wonder if you change it, I don't know how this will affect like the stream, but if you change it to windowed mode, I wonder if it's like fill rate limited.
Um, it's in a borderless window. If I go to like a dedicated full screen, which isn't the same on Linux as it is on Windows, um, I guess let me keep the scene more or less static. Let me just do this. Just park it here. Let it kind of stabilize. Um, so it's like 138 average to 135. And then I go to the other windowed modes. So borderless window is a few frames less. I guess let me let it stabilize, but it seems like it's, yeah, about like 10 frames less. If I go to straight windowed mode, interestingly enough, it's back. um, hold on. It's also not running in like a floating window. I can't like resize it in this windowed mode, so I don't really know what
Oh,
that means there. Because this looks like a borderless window now. This could be again my window manager and the way that it's handling stuff, like
and
weird
you could
Linux
turn on
specific stuff.
FSR and turn down the scaling to like 50%.
Oops, that takes a second.
That might indicate if it's very limited.
I'm also like CPU throttling. I have a fan that I could point at that.
Yeah, I might try making a build without the multi-sampling
Just turn on this fan and
anti-aliasing
blow
and
it
see
over
if
my
that's the issue.
computer. Give me a second. This fan is actually like a filtered fan for when I solder, but I could just hold it over the intake of the PC to give it a lot more air. So it should be cooling down. I'm just gonna blow the hot air from around the PC. I've done this before, actually. This is super janky, but it works. Just give it a second. The air intake for my PC is actually on like the opposite side from where I'm sitting. So let me reach over here. See if that helps with temperatures. Either that or the overlay's temperature reading is actually not very accurate. I kind of doubt that though. It seems to be fine. Still throttling. Yeah, I need a. What this is saying is I need to clean my I need to clean my PC. Also, the window stopped updating when I ran this in windowed mode in on the stream. I just noticed. So there's that. So I wonder if windowed mode it somehow lost focus of the window in windowed mode like that.
Yeah, I think it also stopped showing like updating the overlay on like the profiling overlay when you
Yeah,
change
because that
to.
overlay just sits on top of the it just sits on top of the, like, it's rendered in the game basically, not in the game but rendered in the window. So if I go back here,
Yeah.
back to borderless window, is that going to bring it back? Is it because it's changing the name of the window? I don't know. Let me like change it to the desktop and then change it back. It just like, oh, okay, it's back. It's back. Seeing the GPU graph move again. So this is back to borderless windowed, which is actually the lowest performing. Was it the lowest performing because it's the only one that's being captured by the by the OBS capture? If I go to full screen, is that gonna break it again? So full screen breaks it to an extent. Let me go back to screen share. It's gonna drop some frames and then go back over here. Yeah, that's not updating anymore. So dedicated full screen apps, for some reason, OBS just doesn't like it. That could be one of those things. I might need to run this without like off stream to make sure that the stream isn't causing weirdness. If I go to windowed, it it updated just for like a frame. Again, very strange. This is just a raw screen share, captured my whole display. Let's go back to here. So there's something going on where it's being captured. It being captured is the weird part. If I capture my whole display, I mean, performance is bad again. You know what? This sawtooth thing, this weird GPU like flipping out, that also happens on the Discord screen share. So I'm wondering if that's something to do with capture software, as opposed to just like a Godot specific thing.
Yeah, I mean, like in theory, like comparing the performance I get on my computer, you should be getting like higher frame rate, but
Yeah, it's also this computer, I think, at any point in time is just doing more. If I were to like minimize this or go to another task, oops, I didn't mean to disable that. Let's see, I do have quite a bit of tasks going on. A lot of them are browsers too. If I go to my terminal here and I look at like a sort of performance, OBS is taking up 47% of my CPU right here, and then the game is taking 6% of my CPU, and then here, I'll hide my webcam really quick. All right, see you later, ActionNet. RAM is taking up 4.4, so yeah, I don't know if you can see what's on the screen there.
yeah.
So it's, I mean, I guess this is a lot better with OBS not running. Probably would be.
Well, I mean, I think it's just GPU bottleneck because the GPU is at like 100% constantly when we're running it.
Yeah, OBS would be taking probably GPU resources to encode the stream, I would think. Yeah,
Yeah.
because it is hardware encoding off of the GPU. So that's interesting to think about. Yeah, it's interesting. Just like windowed mode, just like straight up died here. Let me try and reload it. Is it layer by layer? I have to change sources and change it back to reload it. I mean, it's not like performing too bad on this system at 1440p and also streaming. That could very well be something that somebody does when playing this game.
Yeah.
It's just interesting to see what's causing that slowdown. Is CPU throttling? Sure. Inch dust is here. And other factors. I just can't get my CPU temperatures down. Like, I'm holding this fan up to it. Trying to force any more air into these intakes. Kind of reduce the temperature of the ambient air around it.
I wonder if you closed the, well, I mean, I guess we're in the middle of it, but once you close the game, I wonder if the CPU is, because if it's only using 6%, then it's probably not adding too much to the throttling.
Yeah. I wonder if this, yeah, that's a great signature. Let's quit out of this. I don't know if there's a way to monitor CPU temps here. Doesn't look like it. Oh, right here. Oops, let me go to screen share. We're looking at a black screen. Right here, temperature sensors. Yeah, the fans are spinning. Let me check if all the fans are spinning. I'm gonna crawl under my under my desk really quick and check. One second. I don't know if my headphone cable is long enough to let me do this. All right. I did install some like Noctua fans on here so that the exhaust fan is spinning. And both
Oh,
of
you
the
got
intake
Noctua
fans
fans?
are spinning, yeah. Um so I mean it could be that the let me listen. It does sound like they're fully like at 100%.
You could. Do you have? I don't know if hardware info works on um
There's probably an
Linux.
equivalent at least.
Yeah.
So let me
Um.
I can look that up.
Yeah, it's hard. It's HW info 64.
Okay, let me check. That's Blue Sky, whatever. Just open another browser because that's supposed to be like the stream manager browser. I just needed to post on Blue Sky as well. Hardware info, Linux. Let's see. Is there anything like hardware info? Core CTRL.
I mean, I'm guessing it probably works on Linux.
Oh, there's like Tux Clocker. Okay.
Yeah.
There's also
Sure.
Conky, which is pretty popular, I'm pretty sure.
Well, so it says hardware info for Linux. I'm not sure if that's where you should download it from or.
Um, they did not adapt the. They did not adapt it. I think I have fast fetch. I don't know if that's similar. It's just the system info here. Um, but I could also get Conky really quick. I wish that resized, but I guess it's just bound to be small. I don't know if you could even read that on the stream.
Yeah.
This is more or less showing the same thing. The same info is here, right? Just without graphs.
Yeah. I mean, like the reason I suggested hardware info is just because it can show like really detailed information, like individual like CPU usage or like temperatures and things like that.
Yeah, this says individual core usage up here on the top right, but doesn't have individual core temps. Unfortunately, it can only find these temperature sensors.
So did the so is it not supported on Linux?
No, it's not.
Okay.
How do I close this? There you go. Yeah, it's not. They never adapted it. I mean, their stance. There was like something here about Linux is not good for gaming. So I don't think they really cared about finding high-end performance info. There's an Ubuntu package, so there's technically a package. Let me try it. Um, let's give it a go. Yeah, it might be that it isn't supported anymore.
I mean, it wasn't supported in 2021.
It might be marked as out of date or something. Seems to be here. I might need to update my system. That will probably take a while, so I'm not too worried about that right now. Hopefully that doesn't mess with
Yeah,
OBS.
make sure that this is like a trusted source before you install it because it's
This is the official repo.
oh,
And here's
okay.
the official GitHub repo listed here. So
Oh, okay.
in
Yeah.
the Arch Linux repos are to get into the Arch Linux official repos, they have to be vetted. If you go to something like the AUR, which is the user repository, those are not.
Okay. Yeah, because I mean, it's just like gonna do really low level stuff, so it's kind of scary, you know.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, if you go to the GitHub, it's like I think it's like quite literally like continuous integrating and building off of this and packaging it straight
Oh,
out of the straight out of GitHub is usually how these packages, like sometimes they are just packaged by hand and just put onto the repos, but most of the time it's just like a GitHub CI sort of deal.
oh,
Um, so it might have been that maybe I just had to update my system to get signatures and whatnot because all of those are signed. This will probably take a while because it's going to build some packages from its latest source. So if I go here, this is all of the desktop environment stuff. Um, this is basically all the KDE packages. I guess there was a KDE update. Hey, go back. Um, and then it's going to go through some of like the AUR packages, and those are built from source basically, unless I specifically asked to just get the binaries.
oh. Wait, so you're like compiling stuff, you mean?
This will, yeah,
Okay, yeah.
yeah. Some of these are compiling from source, I guess. Except that one, that's a binary local send. And a lot of these are going to be like instruments for composing. Um,
Oh.
so yeah, that'll be, I don't know, that'll probably be a 5 minute operation, that update.
I
For
guess
now
while that's
though,
happening,
I have the
yeah,
log from my last playthrough, so we could focus on that.
okay, yeah.
Let's close this tab, these two tabs. I'll get hardware info when that's done updating. Um, yeah, let's look for the local share go user data play layer. And so in logs, we have this, and I'm going to just hanging up for a second. Hold on. Rename it. Let's see. Desktop play test. Since I actually played that one. So I gotta send all these logs to you, right?
Well, there's one more playtest to do before
The Steam
them.
Deck one, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
and possibly I did add like a build, like a link to a build in the programming channel for no anti-aliasing.
Okay.
To check if that was the issue on your desktop, but
Could very well be. Um,
yeah, I mean you're streaming at the same time though, so I think like um probably hold off on that.
yeah. I mean, I could just grab it and I could see if it's any different.
Okay, yeah.
Let me go back here. Now I'm gonna be on the Steam Deck again. Um, user data. No, that's all fine. So let me go to the GDC profile and just do a main game Linux run, just purely on the Steam Deck. Hello? Oh, did the stream just die? Did I kill the stream? Hello? Uh-oh. Let's see if it'll come back. No, oh, I hear you a little bit. Is it coming back?
But um,
Did the stream
can you
die?
hear me?
I could hear you. Can you hear me? Hello? Uh-oh. Is it coming
I
back?
guess.
Is it back now? Am I back now? Hello? Can you hear me?
One frame moved on the stream. Can you hear me?
I could hear you. Yes.
Oh, it's back to normal, I think.
Okay. Well, that must have been the when I updated my system, that must have hit the graphics drivers there. Oops.
I'm not sure it's back to normal, sorry.
Did the stream like fully cut off? That's really funny.
It just froze. I think it's fine now, actually.
That's crazy. Oh, dang it. Wait. Am I still alive? Or did my PC just like go into sleep mode? Hello? You still there?
Can you hear me?
I could hear you.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it must have not liked the fact that I was streaming and updating what might have been. Actually, it didn't seem to. I don't really know what update that would have hit. This is literally still building. The update hasn't hit anything important, and also I've had pretty good experiences about when I update my system. It's not kind of like the same as updating your system on like Windows. It doesn't tend to interfere with like currently running programs and whatnot. But what might have happened is the update to the desktop environment's applying. So if you see the stream, you see my desktop environment is like a little bit strange. Some of the icons have changed. So that might have been hit by an update.
Oh.
I can't click on my desktop icons anymore. But all hotkeys work. And I mean, this was technically the time I was supposed to end the stream anyway, so I'm probably just gonna do that.
Okay.
And well, I'll just still be on like Discord. If anything, I might just need to restart my PC when the update's done, but that's no big deal. It'll take like a minute.
Okay.
And while that happens, at least I could get to the what's it called? Just continue the playtesting on the Steam Deck. Anyways. Alright. I guess it's time to say goodbye to the stream. Goodbye.